Liggett,
Present.
Councillor McCabe,
Present.
Councillor Novak, Councillor Rodriguez,
Present.
Councillor Salonen,
Present.
Councillor Shantz,
Present.
Councillor Verbanovich, and Councillor Wolf. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to once again acknowledge that the land in which we gather today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Chinanton peoples. I also want to recognize August 9th marked the United Nations International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples, which is intended to promote and protect the rights of the world's Indigenous peoples and to celebrate and highlight the contributions Indigenous people have made to improving world issues. I would like to ask if there are any declarations of pecuniary interest. Okay, seeing none. We do have an awards presentation. It's item 4.1. It's the ACEC Ontario Grand River Chapter 2025 Award of Merit Platinum Award for the Elmira Wastewater Treatment Plant. Now, I'm pleased to take a moment to recognize the outstanding work on the Elmira Wastewater Treatment Plant upgrade and the recent honor it received from the Association of Consulting Engineering Companies Ontario Grand River Chapter, which awarded the project the Platinum Award in the 2025 Award of Merit. This award celebrates engineering projects that show exceptional innovation, technical excellence, and a strong positive impact on the community, and this project is a perfect example of that. The upgrade introduced new technology that takes up less space, uses less energy, and produces fewer greenhouse gas emissions than the old system. It also improves the removal of nutrients from wastewater, leading to cleaner water flowing into the Kanagaj Creek, did not pronounce that correctly, and Grand River. This project was led by Jeff Med, a project manager in our design and construction division, in collaboration with engineering consultants from Jacobs Engineering Group. Their combined efforts brought this innovative and essential infrastructure to life. This award reflects the region's commitment to building smart, sustainable infrastructure that protects the environment while supporting community growth. On behalf of Regional Council, I want to congratulate everyone involved in delivering this exceptional project. I would now like to invite those behind this award to come forward and be acknowledged. And I'll invite Chair Redmond and Councillor Shantz to take a picture. Okay, congratulations once again. We will now proceed with delegations as listed on the agenda. I would like to remind all delegations of some guidelines for participation. For those who are joining us in person, please proceed to the podium. When you are called upon to speak, please press the button on the base of the microphone to turn it on. The light is green, the microphone is on. For those who are joining us electronically, please leave your video camera turned off and your microphone audio muted until you are called upon to speak. You will have 5 minutes. Anyone who registered after the deadline will receive 3 minutes. If you conduct yourself in any of the following manners, it will result in immediate removal from the meeting: interrupting councillors, staff, or other delegations, derogatory statements about councillors, staff, or others, turning your camera on at inappropriate times, and any hate speech or defamatory comments. I would now like to call on Tova Davidson. Oh, there you are. Okay, Tova, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning. So nice to see you all today, and it's my pleasure to be here to present our annual update to Council on all the things that happened in SWR's work in 2024, and actually some updates on things that are coming in 2025. Next slide, please. We love this slide, and I bring it for you every year to see. It is the overview of the impacts that we've had in the year that just passed. There's a copy of our year-end report, which your amazing team member Megan will share. And these are in that report, and I encourage you to look at them as a snapshot of the impact that we've had. Next slide. But in 2024, SWR actually hit our 15th anniversary. So we've been in this community for 15 years, and we've looked at some of the impacts of our work over 15 years. And so this is some numbers here. We've planted 36 microforests. We've had over 180 organizations in our Impact Network program, of which the region is, of course, a proud member. And the big one that I love the most is on the top right, and it shows that we've actually had more than 1,000 volunteers and team members with more than 750,000 hours given to the work that we do. And a lot of people think SWR is a big organization. We're not. We're about 7, 8 people, depending on how many co-op students we have. But this is the power of the work that we do. Next slide, please. Our team also wanted to give back to the community to share some of the great energy that we've gotten from this community. And so we did 15 acts of give back last year. We were giving to other nonprofits, painting their spaces. We planted forests, of course. We gave food for House of Friendship. We worked at Food for Kids, et cetera, et cetera. Next slide. The Evolve One building is something you are all well aware of, and I am always so proud to be able to report on the numbers of how the building is doing. It is designed as Canada's first net positive energy multi-tenant office building. We are once again net positive at 108% of the energy used on site generated on site, from 2023 at 99% because of the wildfires that were happening, showing the impact of climate disasters, making it more difficult to be more virtuous in our climate implications and our projects that we do. And we'll see how this year does with the fires happening this year. Next slide. We also continue to operate the Impact Network, which is the thing that most people know us for. If someone says, I'm a member of SWR, it's probably the Impact Network. This program has had many organizations over the years, and we're so proud to be supporting so many of them. Next slide, please. We found in this group, people often think that an impact and a reduction in their carbon footprint is difficult. So we've got commitments, though, for about 60,000 tons of GHGs to be reduced. But this group of organizations has actually reduced more than 80,000 tons, showing that not only is it possible, but it's actually good for business, because these are thriving organizations. Next slide. We also have formed a partnership with Explore Waterloo Region, knowing that the events, conferences, and sporting events that are coming to communities across Canada actually want them to be sustainable. So we're partnering with all kinds of organizations, venues, et cetera, including some regional venues, to be able to have the carbon footprint of those spaces and do total calculations for conferences. And we did one just in June, the total impact, all the transportation, the facilities, et cetera. Next slide, please. We have launched a new campaign for climate action, which is a collaborative with all 8 area municipalities, and it is the With You We Can campaign, and we know that this is a community movement, and so having this housed with our 2 local nonprofits, REAP and SWR together, is bringing a bigger impact as well. So next slide. We also have launched a new governance model, and you'll hear more about this when we come back in the fall talking about climate action. But we have done this inventory we brought to you in 2024, showing that we are on our way towards reduced climate impacts, but we are not on track to meet our targets as a community. Our target is 80% reduced by 2050, and we've reduced 12%. Next slide, please. This is the new governance model, and it includes engagement from public schools, universities, public health, the Chamber of Commerce, Indigenous communities, et cetera. So we really are bringing more people into the tent and making this a bigger community movement in the leadership as well as in the practical steering. Next slide, please. And of course, microforests, everyone loves these. 36 forests in 4 years, 22 being planted this year. So we're getting bigger and bigger on this, all of it done through sponsorships. So we're really proud of that. And 1,800 students were engaged, some of them planting their very first tree ever. Next slide. Couple of things that we did that were new and innovative, and some things coming up this year. We formed a partnership with Uvaro, a local startup that does training and reskilling, to have a Grow with Clean Tech program to train people on how do you sell, promote, and manage clean tech. Next slide. We also have been working and launched an organics program to help businesses that are not served by the region and that are not large enough to have their own organics program. And this program has launched and is operating in our community now. Next slide. We launched an AI tool to help businesses and organizations make decisions. You can put in your energy data, your GHG data, your financial constraints, and projects you've already done, even pictures of your buildings. It'll tell you what are the next ones you need to do. Next slide. We've also launched Frameworks, which is a building innovation exchange, and it's done in partnership with the Grand Valley Construction Association to support the building industry to be able to be meeting the needs of buildings retrofit and new going forward. This is based on a number of different organizations across Canada, like ZEBEX in Vancouver and NBIX in Nova Scotia. So we are part of a larger nationwide movement, and this launched in 2025. Next slide. So I'll end here with a quote that I really love, the idea that it is a small group of committed people that make the world a better place, and a thank you to this council and to the whole community for helping us on that journey to making the world better.
Excellent. Thank you, Tova. We do have a few questions. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and I reiterate what I said last night, and thank you for all you do. You're amazing. See, a lot of times believe that doing these things is strenuous and hard to do and costly. And it really isn't, and you've proven that time and time again. And that's why so many have collaborated with you, because they believe in the vision and they believe we can make it happen with you. And although we haven't met targets, think of how worse off we had been if we hadn't done what we've done and still had the wildfires. Because we know that the wildfires set our numbers back. But still, we've accomplished great things, and that's partly because of your leadership, and I thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Redmond.
It is always such delight to hear of the work that you're doing, Tova, you and your army of volunteers and people who believe in the cause. I love Evolve One. And I should know, I don't know how old it is, but it's a few years old, and it's just so impressive. And you may have already answered my question with frameworks with that slide, but I'm wondering, what has the impact been of having a demonstration project that has been so successful for so long and continues to be successful, and a truly cutting-edge innovation when it was built?
Amazing. Thank you, through the chair. The Evolve One building actually is a great demonstration even of what Mayor Foxton was saying about the financial possibility of this. The Evolve One building was only between 5% and 8% more expensive than a standard Class A office space. The building has been open for 7 years, and the developer will have paid off that upfront cost and is actually now managing a building that has no operating, no energy costs because it's generated on site. So it's a really good business case. We've had thousands of people through that building, which is an incredible thing to have been able to showcase. And the new Cooperators head office in Guelph was inspired by the Evolve One building, and it's a net zero building. They're still commissioning, so we haven't seen the numbers yet. I've been through a couple of times, but they actually brought their engineering teams, their project teams, et cetera, through the Evolve One building many, many times to learn from the work that we did. So we are seeing the impact start to happen.
And just, it is Frameworks. Can you just talk a little bit more about that association and that partnership with Grand Valley Construction?
Yeah, so the Frameworks program actually came out of some of the learnings from the Evolve One project. And what we saw is that the development industry is facing a change in building code. 2030 building code is projected to be net zero. But this industry actually isn't ready to meet the needs. They are running like crazy to try to meet the needs of housing and all of the things that we're investing in. And so we want to enable them to make this easier, to support them, to bring the education and the learning to be able to do net zero retrofits and new builds as easily, as quickly, and as cost effectively as possible. So the Frameworks program is designed to do just that. So SWR, having the climate and environment knowledge, and Grand Valley Construction, having the construction knowledge, have partnered and co-lead this program. And we have a leadership table that includes major contractors, developers, engineers, architects, some of the best minds in building science, et cetera, across Canada that are helping us to lead this. So it's not SWR designing what the building and development industry needs. It's the building and development industry telling us what the barriers are and us finding the solutions to help and make this easier. So to enable that shift to happen. And that includes both the technical knowledge as well as how do you make a good business case for this? How on earth did we figure out that we could do Evolve One at the kind of financial return that we did? So it's both sides, business and technical.
Just thank you very much for continuing to keep Waterloo Region on the cutting edge, finding partners to demonstrate that you can have an environmental impact that's very positive and also be cost effective. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Tova, for all you do and all you've done. It's been a pleasure always to work with you. 2 questions. One, if you had to choose a project you're most proud of, what would it be? And second, where do we as a region need to put our efforts into to concentrate to meet our targets?
Great question, and through the chair. So the thing I'm most proud of, I mean, Evolve One is incredible. I came into this organization 12 and a half years ago, believe it or not. And the Evolve One project was sort of a seed of what we were going to do. And I remember the day I drove in the first time and saw those solar panels, and it took my breath away. Like, I couldn't believe that we were doing this. So that's a big one. But I think the bigger success is actually the culture shift that I'm starting to see in leadership, in businesses, in the understanding that this is who we are as a community. We're not just tech people. We're not just a university town. We actually are the place where sustainability innovation happens. And you can see that in the Blue Box being launched here. You can see that through the LRT. You can see that through the faculty environment. In Waterloo, the University of Waterloo is the largest faculty of environment in Canada. We see that in the Evolve building. We see that in the REAP House. There's so many examples. And so that idea of this is where sustainability innovation happens, just like this is where tech innovation happens. This is where all kinds of innovation happens. It's actually starting to become part of the culture. And so that leads to the second question of what should we focus on? That making this a priority, that willingness to change, that willingness to do things that seem hard is what we really need to do. Because if we keep on the status quo and the things that are easy, that seem simpler, we actually are not going to get there. And if you look at the news lately and you see what's happening around the world, it's getting real right now. And so we really do need to move. So that culture shifting, that leadership from this group to say, we know this is going to be new, different. Sometimes change is scary, but it's the right thing to do, and we need to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. My questions have been answered, but I left my name on just to say thank you again for all you do. And you talked about a culture shift, and that does take time. So you said it's been 12 years. I can't hardly believe that, but you're making that culture shift. I guess my actual question was, are there, and so I'll ask it anyway, are there any buildings that rival Evolve One besides the one in Guelph that's just starting up? Like, has it inspired any new builds, and or do you have any good examples of a retrofit?
Oh yeah, so thank you for the question, and through the chair. New builds that rival Evolve One, I don't know of any yet. It's there's a whole list though on the Canadian Green Building Council of net zero design buildings. Evolve One was the first one, of course, but there are others that are listed there. And so there are some that are moving in that direction. The ability to go net positive actually surprises people that you would go to beyond, but part of the reason is that you have years like 2023 where there's wildfires and then we're at 99%. So it's actually a business buffer. If you think about that with your budget, for example, you don't want to run your budget to the dollar. You don't want to do the same with the energy budget for a building like that. Retrofits are a whole other kettle of fish and not as simple, because if you're starting from scratch, it can be a little simpler. There actually is a building here in Waterloo Region. It's the head office for AET Group, who's a very high champion of the SWR programs. And they took a Century home, and it's their office, and they've retrofitted it to net zero, including charging for the EVs for their fleet. And they are constantly looking to how do we do this better? What are the next steps we need to do? So there are those. Retrofits are something we're really hoping frameworks can help us figure out, and that integrated design process where you're bringing the building owner, the developer, the architect, the engineer, the builder, all of those groups together to actually find the solutions, because if they work in isolation, it's not nearly as effective, and that's one of the things we did in Evolve, was to create that integrated design process. So everybody was in the room, including the municipalities were in the room right from the start, imagining this, envisioning what it was, trying to move obstacles proactively.
Councillor Urbanovic.
Thanks, and thanks, Tova, for coming in today as well and sharing the update. Yeah, it's hard to believe that 12 and a half years have passed since you first arrived, but your leadership building on a foundation that was solid has been amazing, and just on behalf of our community, just wanted to express our thanks for all that you've done, and quite frankly, the inspiration that you have been in encouraging all of us to do better. I know you and others, the work that you've been doing over the last while has certainly, shaped direction. For example, on our decision with respect to the Kitchener Indoor Rec Complex that's under construction, that'll be a net zero building as well. So Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, and thanks, Tova. We really, as everyone said, really appreciate all the work that you've done and the leadership you've provided. I guess, and there's been some fantastic work that's been done, but I just think it's important to underscore again that very stark statistic that you provided that says we've only hit 12% of our target. We're only 12% of the way there. And as you said, Waterloo Region is a community that strives for better, that looks to be innovative, that looks to lead. And we are in many ways, but we're still only 12% of the way. And that's not on you. You and your team, really work really hard on this. You're a small team, you're a nonprofit. You use your limited resources really well and really wisely, and culture change does take time, but it's taking too much time, I think, quite frankly. And I mean, so I think we need to just, personally, I think we need to keep our minds focused as a broader community of the fact that we're only 12% of the goal that we set ourselves, and that there's much more individually, but also collectively, and particularly through the business community, and a lot through the building community that we need to do. So I was encouraged that you said, and I just wanted to get you to clarify that by 2030, are you saying that the provincial building code is going to be harmonized with the national building code? By 2030 to be net zero? Is that what you were commenting on?
So through the chair, it's that the National Building Code for 2030 is projected to be net zero. So everything built from 2030 onward nationally. Now there is a process that happens, and the provincial government has the ability to shift and align or not align with the National Building Code. There's an advocacy opportunity there to say we would like you to do that, and certainly something we would do, but it could be a voice that this horseshoe could bring as well, to say that this is something we want you to do, is to align, to enable our local targets to be met. So the National Building Code by 2030 is set to be net zero. It will take the time for that provincial alignment. If they choose to align fully, then yes, that's what building code would be.
Okay, thanks. I think that's really important, again, to just understand. And it's really smart of you to have Grand Valley Construction Association on board, because there does seem to be this misconception, or call it what you will, that within some of the people in the building community that this is going to cost more. And as you've clearly described, there's multiple ways for long-term cost savings operationally, through energy systems and things like that. So, when we're in a time when we're talking nationally about the need to harmonize, pick a subject, harmonize across the country. It really baffles me that this is one area where it's, where they're not looking, they're not currently looking to harmonize with and create a national building code that's harmonized right across the country. I think you're right. There is an advocacy opportunity there, and again, as we're talking about harmonization, like why not here and why not now?
Yes.
But thank you again for all the work that you do. You look like you wanted to add to that.
Just a note in the business park in Waterloo. When the new standards or the higher level standards were designed, I know that there was some work done to do a cost projection for what those standards would cost for the buildings to be at a higher standard. And a member of the Waterloo team called me after they got the report and said, so how much more expensive was the Evolve One building? And I said, oh, it was between 5 and 8%. And they said, really? And I said, yeah. And they said, that's what our engineers are saying for these standards. It's only between 5 and 8% more expensive. And in the building and development industry, that's a construction delay. And they were surprised they actually had sent the consultants back to do the numbers again because they thought it was wrong. So it's not just us. It's not just this example. It's actually being seen in multiple examples. And that shift, that mindset shift of actually it's not. When I ask people how much more expensive they think it's going to be, they'll say 30, 40, 50% more. But it's actually not.
Great. Thanks for sharing that additional information and for the work you do.
Thank you. Tova, before you go, I just have one question. And you mentioned students in the microforest. What work is being done with, can you just expand on that collaboration with the schools, in particular some of those elementary schools? I think that's key in terms of future thinking, target goals, and that's starting early. So just speak to some of that if you can.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So we have a number of layers of partnership with the school boards. So we have on the climate action community leadership table, we've got senior leadership from the school board sits there and helps to steer the community work. Both school boards are members of the Impact Network, so we do the carbon footprint for those schools, for every school, for what is the work that they need to do and to support them in moving forward in their own work towards their operational carbon footprint. And then we've had the vast majority of the microforests we've planted have been in school boards. And one of our award winners this year was actually the Waterloo Public District School Board, because so many of our microforests went there. So in the work that we do with them in the microforest program specifically, we bring in the volunteers and the trees, and they just allow us to plant on their land. They are our host, and we come in and we have the planting done. But when it's at a school, especially an elementary school, we hold a certain number of the trees back, and classes come out in turn, and they are taught, how do you plant a tree? How do you mulch around the tree? What are the conditions that are better for it? Why are we planting in the cool of spring and the cool of fall and not in the middle of the summer? Trees don't like to be planted in the summer. How do we take care of them? And then oftentimes they then tie it into the curriculum of a certain class. And so they say grade 4 is often a grade 4 class becomes the stewards of the forest for that year. And they use it, they go out, they see what kind of infrastructure is changing, what kind of wildlife has come, what kind of grasses are growing up between it, which trees are thriving, which trees are struggling, all of that sort of stuff. And they use it as part of the curriculum. So it's almost like building a little outdoor education center at every single school we plant at. And we now have actually planted with the Catholic School Board, the first one, and it always seems you do one and then they get really excited. And so we've got a few more planned with them as well.
Excellent. Thank you, Tova. Thanks for joining us again today. We will now move on to our next delegation, Pranav Kumar Shukla from Kitchener, I believe joining us virtually. Okay.
Yeah, I'm joining virtually. How are you?
You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, all the council members. Good morning to everyone. So actually this presentation is about the transit issues in South Huron area. So it's another betterment for the public life presentation, another. So I'll just quickly moving through different slides. So please next slide, please. Okay, so actually I would like to give my introduction. So I own a house in South Huron area near Fisher Holman and Strasbourg and Huron intersection, and So I actually talked to a different community members as well as my counselor, like Kitchener counselor, and they all noticed this issue, and they also raised the issue previously, and I also raised the issue with the GRT and counselor, etc. And then I actually come to this committee to represent myself for this issue actually. So I'm just giving more details about it. Next slide, please. Yeah. So which area is a concern, like which transit, like where the transit is not available. So you will see this area. So in the yellow line, and you will this area is actually almost like 10 years old. So my home is built in 2015, and you know, since then there is no transit in this. But if you see the north of this Huron Road area, which is also a Huron Park area, which is called, and you will notice that all the communities, like all the households, are betterly served by the transit route in a red line. So this red line is nothing but it's a transit route 33, and which is betterly, I think it's served like you know, like within, I think, 3 minutes of walking distance, I would say, and which is good. Even if you see on the left side Fisher Holman and this Ludolf Olivia, Ludolf West Oak, so those are the transit stops actually, which is also served by the route number 33. So you notice that those areas are definitely like it's served by the transit area very well. But if you see this yellow area, so you will notice that there is really a transit requirement in this, and this yellow area almost represent, I think, 300-400 household, so almost 1,000 people. I would say like 2.5 person live in a one household, then it would be like almost 1,000 people actually would benefit if there is a transit area, like any transit route comes into this area actually. So next slide, please. So again, I would like to also mention that there are several important, you know, either business or religious centers, etc., are there in this particular area. So you will notice there is a one church here. There is a community center. There is a daycare center. There is a early learning center. There is a public school. There is a secondary school also in this particular area, which is also served, I mean, which is at the Strasbourg and Huron intersection. And there is another Catholic elementary school is there in this area. So you will see that there are not only the residential, but also there are also some community center, schools, church. Those are also, you know, can get some benefit actually if there is a any particular route like transit route is arrived in this area. Next slide, please. Okay, so now I would like to talk about what is the current route and how it is served. I think I'll already talk a little bit about that.
Pranav, just so you know, you've got about a minute left, okay?
Oh yeah, sure, I'll do fast. So so I think I already talked about that. Next slide, please. Yes, next slide again. Okay, so you will see there is a you know, like there are families with the kids and some, like, you know, the no car, you know, like people with a no car. So they normally struggle actually to you know go anywhere, and sometimes they, you know, in the winter time there are walkways and roads are not clear, so they really have issues with that. Next slide, please. So future transit. So future transit, you will see there is a area showing up here, but actually they do not actually you know, like serve the area very well in this particular. Next slide, please. I'll go fast actually. Okay. So next slide, please. Actually, I'll go through the, yeah. So I also would like to give a solution to this you know, like problem. So I actually marked here like a different transit stop, and this purple line, if we can extend the route number 33 with this purple line, I think that would definitely benefit, I think, almost 1,000 people, 300-400 household. and we need to just put like 4 to 5 stops each way, transit stop at least temporarily, until there is some finalized transit plan is in place. Because the big problem here is that the Strasbourg road, because Strasbourg road is not actually is been built since, I think, if I remember correctly, I have seen it's being built since 2019, and now it's a 2025. So 6 years, still there is no construction happens. I think initial plan was to connect Strasbourg road with the Robert Ferry Road in a Dune South area, but I think still it is pending, and I believe it may takes years, because I think there is another plan to extend the Strasbourg road to, I think, New Dundee Road is in place. So I believe that take maybe years. So meanwhile, that road is not built and maybe another transit plan is not finalized. I would like council to actually act on act on to extend the route number 33, and take this route or similar route extension, and then it will serve this area actually. Next slide, please. Question.
Pranav, your time is up, Pranav. I
Yeah.
do have a couple of questions for Councillor, so stay on the line. Councillor
Yeah.
Hunick.
Chair James, I have a question for Commissioner Spooner, if that would be all right.
Sure, go ahead.
How would the area referenced by the delegate be considered for a bus plus situation or another innovative solution like this?
Okay. Council, maybe I'll start a step back and just reference back to the business plan, because we do have, obviously with that plan, plans for expansion into the Huron-Strasbourg area, actually using Wollaston as an emerging hub for transit. And I will be in violent agreement with Mr. Shukla that Route 33 is absolutely included in that. Also realignment of routes 10, 26, and 12, which will help form part of the frequent transit network. So we do have plans for expansion of existing big bus routes. I think in there's an interesting question about how we add service into new areas and how quickly we can do it. And you can see two models in the region of how we try and do this. The first is an on-demand model, Route 79, that we're using to serve the airport right now. So that's effectively use an app. It's effectively a dial-up service, and you can request a ride as needed. So we can add service in that way. It effectively gives you coverage of large areas with minimal vehicle outlay. The other one is through flex routes, and we use those in a number of places. The most popular being the service out to Wilmot. And so those come with smaller vehicles, a bit more flexible in how we can route. We can set somewhat fixed routes if we want to. And we use both of those services to try and grow into the big bus. What we actually believe in this area is the right solution is the big bus, as there's a tremendous amount of development in Southwest Kitchener. There's a new community center coming online shortly. And so we know we need to get down to that area, and we've got Wollaston pegged as the hub where we'll start that from. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Spooner.
Okay, Councillor Rodriguez.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. Thanks, staff, for that clarification. I just wanted to thank the delegation for coming in and sharing it. I think the new areas is something that my neighbor, Mayor McCabe, and other mayors are dealing with in growing parts of their communities. So certainly something we'll keep on, and thanks for coming in.
Okay, I see no further questions. Thank you, Pranav, for coming in and speaking about the need out in that area. Okay, moving along now to Arnold Radford. I believe you are in person. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chair, councillors, staff members, and the residents of Region of Waterloo. Protect the pedestrian neighborhood, a manifesto for pedestrian safety in the Region of Waterloo. My name is Arnold Radford. I am a resident of Waterloo. My mission statement appearing here today is to protect the pedestrian neighborhood. That's it, short and to the point. The standard convention of any sound urban planning concept and process should always be the protection of pedestrians. Unfortunately, this principle has become lost with roundabouts and bike lanes offering much more political virtue signaling than safe walkways do. Now, before you judge me as some anti-bike lane conspiracy theorist, understand that in the 1980s, I was a Canadian Cycling Association and Ontario Cycling Association licensed road bicycle racer, and I still own that bicycle. My concern for protecting the pedestrian neighborhood relating to my own neighborhood is the proliferation of motorized e-scooters and e-bikes being driven on pedestrian sidewalks. Through all my KW-ridden training rides and all the races on that bicycle, I never once broke a bone. I now fear that myself, loved ones, and others could succumb to that fate or worse along King Street, from John Street to Bridgeport Road and even beyond. I was struck by a bicycle on King near Herb on the sidewalk, where you have created a bike lane on a walkway junction with no curb protecting pedestrians. Yes, curbs should always keep cars, bicycles, e-scooters, and e-bikes, and any other battery motorized vehicle off of the pedestrian sidewalk. E-bikes brush past us from behind. E-scooters come straight at us and from behind. We see rented devices ridden on the sidewalk, and it's chirping no riding warnings to the rider. We've seen private scooter owners, earbuds in, no helmet, traveling at alarming speeds down the sidewalk with no regards for so-called existing laws. It really is the Wild West, with our prayers for early snow every winter to bring back safe walking again. We avoid the Caroline Street Shared Trail as just plain dangerous and difficult when dog walking. Because access of motorized vehicles on walkways exist, we get that spillover onto King Street sidewalks. There is no safety on pedestrian walkways until winter, on King at Allen or anywhere else along King for that matter. On those shared trails, you must be careful of bicycles and now motorized vehicles that have moved in. I know right now you just want to cite bylaws and tell me to call bylaw enforcement. Well, it doesn't solve that way. And really, when you enable scooter rental companies to set up scooters blocking sidewalks and on train platforms, yes, we did call bylaw when rental scooters were on the Ion Allen train platform. Your bylaws are broken, and it's enabled by the region's own choices. So how do we solve this? Signs, cameras, bylaw officers, police on mountain bikes? The only way we solve this is with e-scooters and e-bikes being fully designated as motorized vehicles, license them to the right side of the road, and legislate proper liability insurance. People are renting scooters and they can purchase personal insurance for injury, but no liability insurance if they hit me. Who pays if I am injured by an e-scooter at a crosswalk or on a sidewalk? The region of Waterloo has been negligent with the safety of pedestrians in region of Waterloo. Not just our safety, but also revenues and tax burdens. Why is a company with an app allowed to enrich itself, taking away transit rider revenue dollars? These transit revenues return when the snow flies, again.
You
But
have
all
about
the facts
30
are evident.
seconds, Arnold.
These rental scooters are more of a safety concern than any benefit for a tax-paying resident. The news media have been airing stories of concern this summer. Emergency doctors are calling them dangers and not toys. When will the region of Waterloo enforce safety laws and not attempt continued virtue signal merits above public safety? Thank you.
Okay, Arnold, I have Councillor McCabe. Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thanks, Arnold, for coming in. I just wanted to share that maybe two and a half weeks ago, I was speaking with some seniors at a retirement home in the Uptown area, and they also expressed a number of the concerns you had, particularly on the multi-use trails. And I'm a cyclist myself. I do have an e-bike. I try to use it really responsibly. And I do take roads and bike lanes as much as there are. But of course, we know we need to continue to build that network to get to the point where you were suggesting we need to be, where, you know, e-bikes and I guess e-scooters are actually in a separated lane. But we know those are in a number of our plans, but infrastructure like that does take some time, and of course it takes a number of capital dollars. But I think you asked some really good questions around like how do we, I guess, it speaks to some of the culture, the piece of like, you know, speeding in general, like, and how do we make sure that people are, I think the speed limit for a bike on multi-use trails is supposed to be about 15 kilometers an hour. And I thought that Neuron was set to not be able to exceed that. So I think we can certainly follow up with the Neuron people. But in terms of like people who aren't using Neuron, so people who are using their personal devices, I think we have to just continue to remind people that, you know, that they need to be mindful and share the path. But certainly I'm happy to follow up with Neuron to ask them about some of those issues that you've raised. So thank you for coming in today.
Okay, thank you. Doug, I have Commissioner Spooner, I have a question just regarding the legislation. Can you just clarify the provincial legislation around e-scooters, motorized vehicles?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Thank you for the question, and thank you, Mr. Radford. So provincial legislation today is e-bikes and e-scooters can generally ride on roads and bike lanes where bikes are allowed. Two exceptions to that. If we or our area municipal partners specifically ban the use of those vehicles, we could, as well as on some parks and recreational trails, they are not allowed. But again, generally, if a bike is allowed there, an e-bike or an e-scooter is also allowed. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm sorry, I certainly appreciate your comments. I agree with everything you're saying. I think we have a real problem on our hands. I walk just about every day in the downtown of Cambridge, and certainly the e-bikes on sidewalks were very heavy, going up to 30 kilometers an hour, whizzing by, and they're a real problem in terms of future safety. And also, coming back to Councillor Williams' proposed motion on right-hand turns with traffic. That's the main thing I watch when I'm walking, crossing at red light or crossing it at lights, and that's an issue. So I think as a council, we need to have more dialogue on this. I think we have to talk more about where we're going to head as a regional council, because it is becoming a dangerous situation for a lot of pedestrians. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you. Chair Redmond, sorry.
Thank you, and I want to thank the delegation for not only coming in, but being very articulate about your concerns. I think anytime we're in a transition period, which we are now, and e-scooters have not been around that long, there is absolutely room for dialogue and improvement. But I do want to go back to, you said the region has been negligent, and you may think that we could enhance the protection of pedestrians, but my belief is that negligent is actually a legal term, so I would ask you just to clarify what you meant when you said that statement, because I think we have been following the rules and we have been engaging with third-party operators. And again, I'm not saying that your concerns aren't valid and there isn't room for improvement, but I do take exception to that statement.
Yes.
Well, I've read through not only the municipal bylaws, I've got them up in my computer bag, and also the provincial laws, the statute laws for transportation. And when you start placing scooters on sidewalks, right outside where buses are, you're breaking your own bylaw. So by term, negligence, I'm not trying to insult anyone, I'm just trying to get people's attention in an articulated way. So I'm not here to offend, I'm here to inform.
I guess I would ask Fiona if she has a comment.
Through you, Chair James. Negligence is a legal action, a tort, and it has certain parameters that have to be established factually and legally in order to succeed before the courts. It appears to me that the delegation's concern is about getting attention in terms of their observations and disagreements with scooters being able to be permitted on sidewalks.
Thank you.
Chairman. Okay, so we have clarification on that. And Councillor Shantz, I have you up next.
Thank you. My question is for Commissioner Spooner, just on the information that you read. I appreciate a couple of things about cycling. I mean, and now I'm going to sound really old. When I was a kid, we had to go through a training on how to ride our bikes, where to ride our bikes. And one of the things you said is that e-bikes and e-scooters are allowed anywhere the bicycles are. Are bicycles now allowed on sidewalks? They didn't used to be. It used to be a bicycle. I was trained that a bicycle is a motor vehicle, and you ride it like a motor vehicle.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Sean. So, yes, by law, bicycles are in a bike lane or are allowed in the road right-of-way. They're allowed to take the full lane as they travel. Quite often the practice is in unbusy areas that people will pop up onto the sidewalk. It feels safer. It isn't for interaction with vehicles because cars are expecting bikes to be in a bike lane or in the road right-of-way. But we do know that when it's less busy, people do pop up on the sidewalk.
And I appreciate it. It feels a lot safer there. But I think we have a lot of education to do, not only on the new technology and new cycling, but also on cycling in general.
Thank you, Councillor Hunick.
Chair James, can I ask a question of Commissioner Spooner as well?
Yes.
I believe that the policy that we've set with Neuron is that the Neuron scooter specifically shouldn't be used by people under 16 and by anybody without a helmet. So if a community member witnesses someone who's obviously under 16 or not wearing a helmet, what should they do in terms of encouraging safety? Like, is it a call to WRPS? Is it a call to bylaw? What is that?
Through you, Chair. I think you've stumped me, Councillor Hunick. I think you know I don't work on the enforcement end of our road safety plan. I'm not sure. I'm going to come back to you with that one. I don't know off the top of my head what the best action would be.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that you can come back to us, Commissioner Spooner. Arnold, thank you for being patient. I have Councillor Craig. Do you have a question for the delegation before we move to the next one?
Question?
Yes.
No question, Mr. Spooner.
Mr. Spooner? Okay. So right now we have Arnold up here. You can have a seat. Please ask your question to Commissioner Spooner.
Well, what we're hearing today, and I'm going to reinforce it from my perspective, even to the point of doing an old man thing at the Cambridge Mall where we had an e-scooter in the middle of the day roaring around the mall, and I had to lecture this teenager. But my concern is what the delegation is saying is quite valid. It's becoming dangerous walking on sidewalks. And I'm wondering, Mr. Spooner, if you have any kind of direction or forward thinking about how council can proceed to make pedestrian safety more of a priority than it is, considering, especially I find the e-bikes, which are heavy and travel very fast.
Through you, Chair. Great question, Councillor. A couple things first, just as we talk about Neuron and the adoption of that technology, and obviously we know there's also private e-scooters and e-bikes that are traveling around. In 2024, we had 174,000 rides on the Neuron system. It's a lot. So it's an emerging mode for us. And it was largely transit supportive. 37% of those trips connect to GRT, so we see it as a first mile, last mile. Now, your question about larger ped safety. We've got a number of things underway. The roundabout pilot is one that is coming up. We're going to talk about a potential motion today that's in an existing safety plan on right turns on red. To offer guidance to council on what we should continue to do is everything possible. Pedestrian safety is. I'm trying on the fly. No, look, I think when we think about the integrated mobility plan that we're going to talk about this fall, we're trying to anchor it to three things. One is network performance, right? We have a strong economy, need to maintain that. The next is safety for all users. We've got to make sure that we've got a safe system. And the third is providing choice for people and how they want to travel. I think those things are important. You could put safety first. I would encourage that. There are a number of tools we have. I'd be happy to take a look at what we could do specifically on e-bikes and e-scooters, but I think they are an emerging mode. We've seen a need for a push around education on the LRT and how people interact with the LRT. We could do something along with Neuron related to safety on that vein. But again, I think we're in a kind of a new technology era, and we've just got to get people used to how they interact and where they use them. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. Just a thought. Maybe if we approach the schools and that and talked again about respect for everybody and safety for all. Maybe that will be our catchphrase. Respect for everybody and safety for all, because I don't think we do it as much anymore. I haven't heard of any programs where they're telling children how to behave on a bike. And now with these new e-scooters and everything else, maybe we need to do it. Maybe it needs to be a Facebook campaign, a flyer to the schools, maybe ask the schools to do a respect everyone walking and riding type thing. Maybe it's just that simple again. We've gotten away from it. We've assumed it's going to happen, and it's not happening.
Technology is moving a lot faster than we are often. So, Doug, Commissioner Spinner, can we just add something to the tracking list for you to come back with some information? Because, I don't see them going anywhere. And in fact, I see more and more coming. So, thank you. I have Councillor Salonen, and then we'll move on to the next delegation.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I appreciate the conversation that's happened. I'm really annoyed, though, that it's happening during our delegates' time right now, and it's only supposed to be questions to the delegates, not to staff, not to say that what's being asked isn't relevant, but proceeding forward for the remaining of this meeting, can you please ensure that we are actually asking questions to our delegates, as we're almost an hour into this meeting and not very far along?
Absolutely agreed. So going forward, throughout questions, they should only be directed to the delegation. Any questions for staff can be followed up after. Okay, moving along. Barry Green, I've got you. You are up next. You'll have 5 minutes.
Good morning, members of council. My name is Barry Green. I live in Cambridge, and I'm here today to speak about the need for fully accessible, reliable, rapid transit like the RRT. I live with a disability. Because of this, I am not able to get my driver's license. That means I rely on public transit for everything, to get to work, to buy groceries, to get to appointments, and to stay connected with my community. Transit isn't a backup for me. It's my only option. If I took transit to be here this meeting today, I would have had to leave my house at 6:45 this morning. And it would have to take 3 different bus routes in over an hour and 36 minutes to get here. That's one way. By the time I got home, I would have to spend over 3 hours on the bus just so I could speak for 5 minutes. So I was forced to rely on someone to drive me here. This is my reality every day. I work at Costco, which is all the way on the other side of Cambridge from where I live. Even though it's not far by car, it takes me about an hour to get there by bus. And I have to transfer between 2 bus routes. If one is late, if one bus is late, I miss a connection, I'm either late for work or stuck waiting out in the cold. The system now isn't built for people like me. It's unpredictable, it's stressful, and it puts up barriers to make it harder for me to live independently. I need transit that's reliable, that's frequent, and more accessible every time. Not just for when everything lines up perfectly. That's why I'm asking you to support the full LRT from Fairview to downtown Cambridge. The LRT works. It's fast, it's level boarding, it does not get stuck in traffic. It gives people with disabilities like me the freedom to move around the city without the fear and frustration, and it sends a message to people like the people like me matter. It's our time, but it's our time matters, and daily matters. Please support the full build of Stage 2 Ion because people like me deserve the same freedom and opportunity as everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Just a reminder, we will have some public information sessions, so I'm going to encourage you to come to those as well as we get that started. And I do have a few questions for you, and just a reminder and caution for council, these are questions to the delegate only. Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair. Barry, I just want to say how thankful I am that you've come. I'm so impressed with your dedication and how you take responsibility as a citizen to make your voice heard, and we are listening. You've explained how much time it costs you. Can you explain some of the financial repercussions of not having adequate transportation? I think you were telling me about not being able to do early shifts at Costco, things like that.
Yeah, to you, council, for me, without the reliable transit and everything else, for me, for example, like I said before, for taxis to get to work, it's like $34 one way and everything else. So if we had the LRT running and everything else, I could probably get up to Kitchener a lot more quicker because I go out for if I get up to Sports World, LRT would be great because I could take my bus downtown and take the LRT up to Sports World, and I can walk over to Kitchener Costco from there.
Okay, so yes, so it's not just time, it's also the money that this costs you. And I was also impressed when I drove you home after the last meeting where you were here, and it was late, and I think the transportation would have almost been non-existent. So, but I was impressed at how far you actually even have to walk to a bus stop from where you live. So again, thank you very much for coming in, and hopefully we can improve transit for you.
Thank you. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Barry, you and I have discussed several times about connecting you with Mobility Plus and the problems you've had with that. I think Mr. Spooner is going to be reaching out to you to hopefully we can rectify some of that or look at options.
Okay,
So because LRT is not going to happen for a couple of years, even if we
Councillor Foxton, do you have a question for the delegation?
So I just wanted to tell him that he can talk to Dr. Spooner, Mr. Spooner.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair James. I want to reiterate to the delegate that they should be eligible for Mobility Plus specialized transit, but at the same time, if they would like to be able to use conventional transit like everyone else, that should be their right as well.
Thank you. Okay, Barry, thank you so much for coming in and your continued advocacy for transit and increased service. I will now call on Holden Sisek from Cambridge. You have 5 minutes. Okay.
Hi, my name is Holden. I'm almost 13 and I live part-time with my mom in Kitchener and part-time with my dad in Cambridge. I use a wheelchair and I love going out in my community. I'm lucky to call both Kitchener and Cambridge home. I want to tell you about something really cool that happened last week. I was in Kitchener and decided to go on an adventure. I got on the LRT and rode it downtown. No waiting for someone to help me. No calling ahead. No hoping the ramp would work or that there would be room for my wheelchair. I just rolled onto the platform, waited a minute, and then zoom. I was off. It felt like freedom. Like real, grown-up freedom. The LRT was built in a way that already works for me. I didn't have to ask for anything special or explain my disability. I wasn't treated like a problem to solve. I could even push the button to tell them I was getting off at the stop I needed. Everything just worked, and that almost never happens. I got on at the mall, went downtown, grabbed a snack, played in the water at City Hall, and rolled over to Victoria Park, and then rode the train back to the mall. I didn't have to ask for a ride or worry about how to get around. I just got on the line and went. I didn't even feel nervous. I felt excited and free. That's the kind of city I want to live in all the time, not just when I'm with my mom. One where I can get where I need to go, just like everyone else. One where accessibility isn't added later, or only works sometimes. Cambridge doesn't have that right now. Buses are tricky. Sometimes the ramp doesn't work, or there's no space for my chair. It makes going out feel like a huge mission. The LRT gives me the chance to enjoy life, to go to school, get a job, hang out with friends, or just go downtown for fun. The LRT is an investment in the future, my future. Please don't leave kids like me out of the plan. I was 3 years old when I watched them build phase 1 and excited for the future. I remember my dad taking me to the display on King Street to see the iron cars and make sure they would work for me. I am now turning 13 and excited to see stage 2 start construction so my world can be accessible all the time. Don't make kids like me wait for someone to figure it out later, because I already know what that feels like to be an afterthought, and it's not fun. Thank you.
Thank you, Holden. So I have some questions. Devin, did you want to?
I can help him with it.
Okay, all right. Councillor Hunick.
Through the chair. Holden, that was such a cool way to see and hear you delegate. I'm really glad that the LRT works for you and your mom, and I hope that it will soon work for you and your dad as well. And it makes me sad that in the last 5 days, 4 different people with disabilities in our region, 3 of whom were adults, have told me that they feel like an afterthought. And so I just want to affirm that you are not an afterthought, that sometimes accessibility is, but it doesn't have to be. The accessibility lead for the region is onboarding as we speak, so that's really, really exciting. And council is committed to making our whole region as accessible as it can be for everyone. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hunick. Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair. Again, Holden, you're a rock star. That was amazing. And it's so great to see your smile. And I was wondering if we could maybe use your video in part of our public engagement. Yeah? Because I think it showed so well the importance of having a modern, accessible transit system. And thank you so much for, as my pet peeve, we hardly get people from Cambridge, so seeing Barry and you here today is wonderful. So anyway, maybe Commissioner Spooner can talk to you about the video and part of our public engagement.
Okay, thank you, Holden. We have Devin next.
Good morning, Chair, members of Council. My name is Devin Sisak, and I am here today representing Barrier Free Cambridge to express strong support for the full build of Phase 2 Ion Light Transit from Fairway Station to downtown Cambridge as the only option that delivers permanent, predictable, and universally accessible transit infrastructure that meets the needs of all residents of Waterloo Region. And why this matters, in Waterloo Region, approximately 128,000 people aged 15 and over reported having a disability. This represents about 28% of the population in Kitchener, Cambridge, and Waterloo. Accessibility is freedom for people living with disabilities. As you just saw in Holden's delegation for people with disabilities, accessible transit isn't a convenience, it's freedom. Freedom to go to school, get to work, attend appointments, to meet friends, and to contribute to community life without needing to navigate an unpredictable and often inaccessible patchwork of services. The Stage 1 Ion LRT has demonstrated that fully accessible, high-frequency, level boarding, congestion-free light rail transit empowers people with disabilities to participate in community life with autonomy and dignity. In contrast, adapted bus rapid transit like Route 302, even full BRT, still comes with barriers. Buses are impacted by detours, congestion, inconsistent platform access, and boarding delays. These issues disproportionately affect older adults, people with disabilities, and caregivers. In fact, these systems often require riders with disabilities to wait and hope. Hope that the ramp works, hope there's space, and then hope the stop is safe. The LRT doesn't just remove barriers, it doesn't build them in the first place. The full LRT option is the only proposal that delivers a permanent accessible transit corridor through Cambridge. BRT and partial LRT options create tiered systems that deliver higher quality, more accessible service to some communities while relegating others to inferior bus-based options. That approach undermines equity. Cambridge residents deserve the same level of access, infrastructure, investment, and future-proof service that has been delivered to Kitchener and Waterloo. Light rail infrastructure is a known driver of accessible housing and mixed-use development. Stage 1 generated over $5 billion in investment and more than 18,000 new homes. Many of them near transit, ideal for people who don't drive due to their disability, like we just heard in Barry's delegation. Cambridge is being asked to grow, but that growth must include inclusive, transit-oriented development that supports people with disabilities, seniors, low-income residents. LRT brings that future into reach. The region's official plans have envisioned a continuous rail corridor from Waterloo to Cambridge since 1976. It's time to fulfill that vision, not just in principle, but in practice. Ending the project at Pine Bush, Delta, or Preston abandons downtown Cambridge and creates a fragmented system. Only the full LRT completes the promise and makes transit seamless and equitable across all three cities. I urge you to advance full Phase 2 of the LRT build, not just for the economic case, but for the equity case and the accessibility case. Thank you for your time and commitment to building a region where no one is left behind because of how they move.
Thank you, Devin. We have no questions from council. Thank you for coming in, and Holden, thank you for that wonderful video. Yes, please engage with our public input as we start to engage with residents.
And I just wanted to thank the clerk that monitors the email, because the directions to navigate the construction were very helpful today.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, we have Dan Clements, Citizens for Cambridge. I believe you're joining us virtually. You have 5 minutes, Dan.
Yes, good morning. Chair James, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, very good. First of all, I want to apologize for not being there in person. Summer has been challenging us to be there. It doesn't mean that this isn't a super important topic. Chair James, Councillor, and staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am Dan Clements, a Cambridge resident, here today representing Citizens for Cambridge. First, we want to sincerely thank the regional staff for all their tremendous work that's gone into getting us to this point and the initial business case for ION Stage 2. The depth of analysis, public engagement, and long-range thinking to date reflects a clear commitment to building a more connected, equitable, and livable region. Your efforts are noticed and appreciated. But this moment is about more than choosing a transit vehicle. It's about how we grow. The region is planning for 1 million residents, and we need an infrastructure that can support that future, reliably, permanently, and sustainably. That's why we're here to voice strong support for the full ION LRT extension from Fairway to downtown Cambridge via Preston and Hesper Road. The region's materials that will be reviewed today state that the BRT and LRT include permanent station infrastructure that encourages development along the route. But this masks a crucial distinction. While BRT buses may bring some investments, LRT delivers significantly more, and more of the kind we need. As noted in a 2020 report from the University of California Institute of Urban and Regional Development, quote, LRT systems generate more intense and pedestrian-oriented development than BRT systems due to their permanence and higher perceived quality. Investors, businesses, and homeowners view LRT as a long-term commitment to place. This matters for how we shape our region. We need to plan around what will truly catalyze housing, walkability, and vibrant commercial space, not what's easier in the short term. Hesper Road is a perfect example. It has the potential to be transformed into a corridor of walkable, transit-oriented developments, neighborhoods. The School of Architecture in Cambridge has done important work envisioning this kind of shift, highlighting the role that permanent, high-quality transit plays in shifting urban form. But downtown Cambridge must also be included with the growing Gaslight District, educational institutions, cultural spaces. Downtown Cambridge is not just an anchor. It's an anchor, so it's not just an endpoint. A connected downtown, served by the LRT, is essential for ensuring its continued vitality and growth. And we must not sever the region in two. A line that runs only from Preston to Galt simply maintains our divided status quo and does nothing to bring us together. We are one region, and splitting the route creates unnecessary costs from maintenance yards to operations, while leaving Cambridge without access to a cohesive system. Finally, let's talk funding. The moment is now. As your reports have noted, rapid transit projects in Hamilton, Mississauga, and Toronto have secured full federal and provincial funding. This is an exciting opportunity for our region. We must be ready with a bold, unified vision that builds on the success of Stage 1. The full ION extension is not just about moving people, it's about shaping our region for the next generation. Let's finish what we started. Let's build the full ION LRT. Thank you for your support. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Dan. I do have a couple of questions from councilors. Councillor Wolf, your question?
Through you, Madam Chair. Again, thank you very much, Dan, for coming today and for all your work with Citizens of Cambridge in supporting so many progressive motions. What do you think, with the public engagement, what do you think our biggest problem will be in Cambridge to get people out to actually come to those public engagements?
Well, I suppose that's a good question, and we'll certainly be doing our part by promoting the dates, the locations, all of that information. And it's a very difficult thing to engage the public in a way that they'll come and see what's actually happened. I hark back to when I first heard about the LRT years ago, when it was just a rumor, and I heard this story about the LRT. I wonder what that is, and I was sort of skeptical. I'll never use it. Why would we need that sort of thing. And there was a workshop that was held at City Hall, and I thought, well, I better drop by and have a look. And so I walked around and looked at these displays and talked with the staff that were there about the long-term vision for LRT. And by the time I got around the end of that room, I was completely sold. I mean, it was an evolutionary experience for me. And I suppose that's the trick, is if we can just encourage more residents to visit some of these workshops any way we can. I would predict that similar things will happen to them. I think it's the unknown, by seeing in true workshop format what the plans are, what the potential is, and I think that's really all I could suggest at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Chair James, and thanks, Dan, for this presentation, and thank you to your group for the work that you're doing in Cambridge to advance the LRT, and particularly some of the articles and information that has been shared with the broader community, to realize that this is a planning tool first and foremost, and then transportation, because I think it's important for the broader community to understand the impacts of the planning that this has. And so thank you, and please continue to do the work that you're doing.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dan. I see no further questions. Thank you for speaking with us today. Next, we have David Terrence from Cambridge. You have 5 minutes once you get to the podium. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair James, members of the Regional Council and staff. My name is David Fortan. I am an architect based in Cambridge and a professor at the University of Waterloo School of Architecture. On behalf of myself, my family, and the School of Architecture, I would like to open by stating our collective commitment to seeing our city continue to thrive as part of a connected and sustainable region, and that the ION expansion into Cambridge is essential to this future. University of Waterloo's decision to relocate the School of Architecture to Cambridge in 2004 was transformative for the community and the downtown, with students, faculty, and staff bringing economic development and vibrancy into the area. But without a direct ION connection, we remain isolated from the rest of the region's rapid transit network and from the full benefits it brings to mobility, economic opportunity, and environmental sustainability. The ION expansion into Cambridge will be of immense benefit to the university, as it will support collaboration between our campuses and more thoroughly integrate the university with the greater regional community. It will allow our students to move through the Tri-Cities freely and not be restrained by distance and time, as was explained earlier by my fellow citizen. Support for the ION expansion into Cambridge from the School of Architecture community is and always has been unanimous. Over the past 3 years, my colleagues and I have channeled this enthusiasm into leading 2 ION densification design studios with third-year undergraduate students, and in collaboration with community groups and members. These projects explore the future development from Sports World to the future Pine Bush Transit Hub to downtown Cambridge, and even the possibility of a GO station in Hespeler. Each station area was studied thoroughly to better understand its distinct context, opportunities, and challenges. In this way, we've used the prospective stations as an architectural laboratory to think about what kinds of development will best serve our community. Our central question has never been just how many housing units can we add, but rather how can this be done in a way that ensures there is equitable opportunity for all demographics of citizens, including reconciliation with Indigenous communities and a special focus on seniors' housing and families, to live within walking distance of the stations in affordable housing that provides for a high quality of life and dignity for all. This meant thinking about what deeply affordable housing means and how a community can be welcoming for intergenerational living. It means public spaces and amenities right at the station areas so they can become community hubs, not just places to catch a train. And it means understanding the need for the region taking an active leadership role, acquiring land for affordable housing, leveraging your assets, and setting the conditions for development that serves the public good. We can all acknowledge that developers must also play a pivotal role. But we know from other cities, such as Chicago's Equitable Transit-Oriented Development Initiative, that when municipalities work closely with value-driven design teams, land trusts, cooperatives, and nonprofit housing leaders, the results are more than just density. They are thriving, inclusive, and resilient neighborhoods. And this is the point. ION stations are not just transit stops. They are catalysts. The decisions made around them will shape far more than ridership numbers or housing counts. They will shape the kind of city Cambridge becomes. If we prioritize the quality of the environment, walkability, public space, and inclusive design, these stations will ensure that Cambridge continues to grow into the kind of city that people truly want to live in, a city that is vibrant, connected, and enjoyable for many generations to come. We feel the opportunity is now. The choices the region makes today will define Cambridge's place within the region for generations. With ion expansion, we can reduce car dependency, connect our residents more fully to opportunities, and ensure the growth triggers benefits for everyone. I urge Council to commit to not only building the tracks and the stations, which is really why I'm here to advocate, but to shaping the communities around them. Acquire land while it's available. Partner with community leaders and explore how land trusts might play a role. Continue to work with nonprofit organizations, Indigenous communities, and cooperative housing providers early. Find the right kinds of developers who are committed to the vision and make equitable, intergenerational, and sustainable development the standard for every station area as the ION expands into Cambridge. Thank you for your continued leadership on this transformative project and for the opportunity to speak today.
So thank you. We do have a couple of questions. Councillor Wolf?
Excuse me, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, David, for coming in and the work you've done with your students. Again, for you, would it be possible to share some of this work? I was thinking when we have the open house for where we're looking for public engagement, even to show some of your ideas of how important a station can be and how it would offer public space and place for community to gather, like to be a hub, I think is important. To show people that even if you're not taking the ION, it's important.
Yeah, we would definitely be happy to do that. I've got physical models stuffed into my office, as well as one of the greatest skill sets that architects have is the capacity to provide a visual of what that future looks like. And we have a really skilled group of students in the School of Architecture, and we would be happy to contribute to that. I think that, sometimes in the community, some of the things you hear is that people are a little bit afraid of development, that it's going to, for instance, destroy the character of downtown Cambridge and these sorts of things. But the students have done enough analysis to understand how you can densify without automatically assuming that it's going to result in podium towers and nasty sidewalk conditions, that if it's done thoughtfully. And so some of the renderings and the drawings that the students have done start to really pull that out of the process. So we are definitely open to partnering if that was, that would be a great collaboration, I think, as part of the public engagement.
That would be wonderful. And again, Commissioner Spooner, I would encourage you to look into that, because I can see that with these ideas, we'd be enhancing our city. And, as you say, allay some of the fears that people have of change. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Redmond.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in and for the interest, to express the interest of your students. I'm very excited about the Future Cities Institute, which is at the University of Waterloo, and Leah Miniker is the executive director. And I'm just wondering, the previous delegation talked about the LRT, but also talked about creating the future through a vision, and clearly this is what planning's all about. Do you have any interaction with the Futures Cities Institute?
We have, and Leah's been down to the school, and we all recognize there's a natural collaboration. I think it is one of these things. We also have collaborated with the school planning on these students or these studios. So we're very interested. Leah's interested in collaborating with us. It's maybe the irony is that I think sometimes the distance between us and Leah is a bit prohibitive for us to collaborate as much as we would like to, but definitely the School of Architecture is wanting to be more involved with that initiative. Thank you.
I'm really encouraged to hear that. I'm very excited about the potential of what this institute can do and what they have done so far. So it's great to know that you are intersecting with them. Thank you.
Yeah, agreed.
Thank you, David. That's it for questions. Thank you for coming in. Next, we have John Tennant. You have 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, councillors, I'm John Tennant, a resident of Waterloo and the city of Kitchener for just over 23 years. I'm here to support Councillor Matt Rodriguez's proposal to request the Commissioner of Transport and the Commissioner of Resident Experience, Strategy and Communication to report back to the committee on appropriate community consultative arrangements with respect to the Kitchener City Transit Hub. But I hope you will seize the opportunity to ask the commissioners to also consider and take into account the proposal that is outlined in a paper that is part of your package, pages 43 to 50, to take into account the proposal that I've outlined in that paper, which attaches considerable importance to having insightful federal rail transportation safety report that should have been attached as a source of many guides that would lead everybody to want to be more involved with the situation, so that rather than a one-time consultative committee with citizens solely related to the Central Transportation Hub, I believe that the region should take the lead to establish a meaningful, ongoing, far-sighted, growth-oriented committee with the region's citizens to address overall rail-related strategies, rail regulation, operations, and associated infrastructure in the region. Yes, the Central Transportation Hub is a very immediate focus, justifiably, but it's really only one of a complex set of projects and interactions and actions and rail-related citizen-operated owner communications that frankly need an ongoing consultative mechanism, not just one for the transit hub alone. It, of course, is the most prominent and immediate project, but it's only one. The paper outlines current, ongoing, and prospective issues and major future projects of consequence where citizen input is going to be required. There is definite need for coordination among the many levels that are involved, federal, provincial, and of course the region and the other municipalities here. The need for a master channel, as it were, I think was recently illustrated by the disturbing months-long cessation of the Lancaster Street West Crossings whistleblowing moratorium. Citizens, taxpayers found they really had no productive recourse to the municipalities or the rail owners, operators, and regulators over this issue. So, my suggestion is that the councillor's motion be amended to ask the two commissioners to consider how my assessment and proposal regarding wider, flexible, ongoing consultation could also be considered. Of course, the priority is the Central Transportation Hub, but couldn't there be a mechanism that would have ongoing importance? That is the essence of what I want to bring forward today. Of course, you have the option to go ahead with the councillor's resolution, and you may want to take more time to read what I have presented and consider at your next or a future meeting widening this out. But I think it's an opportunity not only to be looking at the Central Transportation Hub, but to look at how an effective consultative mechanism that involves citizens on an ongoing basis would be of great value. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I see no questions from council or Councilor Rodriguez. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for coming in, John, and for sharing your thoughts both today and over the past couple months. Great to see you in person. I think thank you for sharing this information. I think I'll certainly connect with staff about what you had to share afterwards and maybe follow up via email. I think right now I don't think I'll be making any changes to what's in front of committee. Just think there's a bit more time than conversation that would be needed to do that, but I'm happy to take that away. So thank you for coming in.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Craig.
Well, pardon me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your comments. So you're looking for a group, a committee of council, a committee of citizens? Can you just sort of elaborate on that and what their function would be and what kind of projects they would oversee?
I don't think, Councillor, that I have greater wisdom than those on the staff. The fact that you have a commissioner that is very focused on consultative arrangements. But the essence, I think, of what I'm looking for is something, an ongoing consultative group that would involve citizens, that would continue to look at rail-related infrastructure and other rail-related issues and be an avenue for communication. So it would be an ongoing one. And yes, it would take on and possibly more morph a bit, change or adapt itself to particular projects like a central transportation hub, or the next project may be putting a subway or an overpass at a particular crossing. There may be issues that come up on whistleblowing, including in other areas, not just the Lancaster Street West area. But this would be something that citizens can see will help them communicate with the owners, the operators of the railway, and take the broad interests into account, yet allow the region quickly to put together groups to consult on major things like a transportation hub.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming in, John. I see no further questions. That concludes our delegations for this morning. We are going to move on to the consent agenda next. We're going to take a 3-minute break. Okay. And we're going to resume. Please take your seats. I was worried about that, but there's, okay. Oh, I know. Where's the cowbell? No cowbell today. Okay, we are going to move on to the consent agenda. Are there any requests to remove any items from the consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor McCabe, which one?
Thank you. I just had a question about where am I here? George Street.
6.2.1.
Thank you, 6.2, there we go, I'm trying to find myself.
Okay, is there any others?
Same with me, thanks.
Same with you? Okay, all right. So with that, we will pull 6.2.1. I need a mover and a seconder for the consent agenda. Councillor Shantz, Councillor Wolf. Okay, please vote in e-scribe. Councillor Leggett's in favor as well. Okay. Okay, so that is carried. Okay, Councillor McCabe and then Councillor Rodriguez. Councillor McCabe, your question?
Yeah, thank you very much. I was really curious about this because, and correct me if I'm wrong, but when I read this, it seems to me like the person who encroached on regional land is like, are they're still able to do this? So I'm really worried about a precedence being set. And so I'm wondering if there's a penalty attached to this, as in, a charge for the land that they've taken. I would say certainly illegally, that might be too strong of a word, but they've encroached onto regional land. And I'm curious if we're charging them for this, what kind of penalty might be attached to this, and because I'm really worried about any precedents that this may be setting. Thank you.
Okay, Fiona, do you want to respond?
Thank you, and through you, Chair James. The property owner who has encroached is proposing to acquire the property. So they would acquire it at appraised value. That would be a future step in the process, and that would be subject to council approval, along with completing the surplus property designation report in advance.
Have to do we, by doing this today then, that doesn't negate our ability to say this is what we're charging you for this?
If they would like to purchase it from the region, then the region it appraises the value of the property and they would pay the value of the property.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I guess, yeah, okay, go ahead.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Yeah, thanks. And I think I'm going to echo what Councillor McCabe has shared. Notwithstanding how this was even able to happen, where someone was able to build on our property, I'll be opposing this purely on the notion of the precedent that it'll set, and what it actually says to the community about how you can use regional land. So, for this homeowner, yes, they're purchasing the land and they'd be out the money for that, but there's no repercussion to them not doing their due diligence. And I think that sends a signal to other homeowners in our community that they need to understand where their property line is before they build permanent structures. And second, I'll just say that, in a world where we're also grappling with other unauthorized uses of regional lands, and we're saying that, we'll just declare this one surplus. Even if it is surplus, on principle, I can't support this because we're, again, saying that a homeowner who has the means to purchase this land can do it. And I totally understand where staff have taken this, and it's not I think I understand the process that we're following, and I totally agree to staff perspective where this is coming from. But from my perspective, this sets a really unfortunate precedent, and we don't have to look far to other communities where this has happened recently, where a homeowner encroached onto municipal property in another jurisdiction, and they're now having to tear down their pool or their pool structure. So I totally understand what we're trying to achieve here, but I think the precedent is too great. And so I won't be supporting going forward to next steps. Thanks.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. I tend to disagree. I tend to agree. My apologies for Freudian slip. Because it does set a precedent. It does say, oh, you can take land and then later on down the road, you'll pay a fraction for it. So to you, Fiona, would we include in the cost of this the survey for the land, the legal fees for the land, as well as a dollar figure?
Through you, Chair James, it would require that the property owner pay all costs associated. So that would include survey costs, appraisal costs, if there were any advertising costs associated with the surplus declaration process. So there would not be costs to the region for the transaction.
And there would be a financial cost on top of that for the purchase of the land. Is that correct?
Compensation for the land value, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair James. Through you to Fiona, is this precedent setting? And maybe that's not a fair question to you. Maybe we should be asking Mr. Regier.
I think there have been other, I can't recall specific ones, other instances where there has been surplus road allowance that has been closed and conveyed to an adjacent property owner. Whether it involved the same extent of encroachments or not. Encroachments in and of themselves are not uncommon along roadways, particularly older areas where there's porches and things that are on road allowance. Often these things typically come up either as a result of a complaint or a regional project that identifies where structures are over the property line onto the road allowance. If the encroachment can remain, either from a operational point of view, future use point of view, or potential liability point of view, then the region has entered into encroachment agreements, which are license agreements with property owners that allow it to continue, subject to the owner being fully responsible, having insurance, and that it would be removed at such time as it may be, the land may be required for road purposes. That's a typical way of dealing with them. This case, I think, is a bit different in terms of location and the extent of the improvements. And I don't, if Commissioner Spooner has any comments in and around how we deal with encroachments.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, thank you for the question. So I think the question is, could this happen again? And the answer is it shouldn't. So generally, this would have been caught at the work permit phase when we were permitting the pool. But noting in this case, it's not the pool that infringes into the right-of-way, it's an additional deck and shed, which is likely why it wasn't caught there. Next is that we really believe that the homeowner did this inadvertently. It wasn't their intent to do this. They believed that they had the ability to do it. And finally, the big piece for us is now that there is a swimming pool right up against the right-of-way, the advice from our risk group is that we don't actually take this land back. So there's a few very unique conditions in this one about permit phase, intent, and risk. But I would take a moment to just remind residents that you should seek a work permit. Make sure you're ready and permitted to build that infrastructure, because while this case could work out for the homeowner at a significant cost, more often than not, this results in the removal of infrastructure, and you could imagine a nice pool being removed would not be a good day for somebody. So we should encourage that process to play out. Thank you.
And I know that we're not supposed to ask theoretical questions, but should this vote fail, or should the fair market value plus associated legal costs be more than this homeowner is willing to pay? What would the result of that be?
Through you, Chair. The encroachments would need to be removed from the road allowance, because how that may impact the pool itself, depending on the results of the survey, that would have to be assessed at the time. But the recommendation has been that the region not keep the encroaching elements on the road allowance.
And if I could, just one final comment. I would hope that we're not conflating other issues with this one and that this be dealt with on its own merits.
Thank you. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Just wondering, how long has this encroachment been there? Like, is it brand new? Has it been long-standing?
Through you, Chair, I believe it's been there for 10 to 15 years. It's been quite some time.
Thank you. Councillor Craig.
No, I don't have any problem with the recommendation, and I think if we were to look across the region, we would find encroachments on a number of areas, whether it's grass cutting, tree cutting on regional property, fences that shouldn't be where they are. I think it's prevalent, and I think we have to be judicious and fair in how we deal with these things. And I appreciate Councillor Rodriguez's concern about precedent, but precedents aren't written in stone, especially by councillors and elected officials. So I wouldn't worry about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair James. I just want to clarify with Fiona, if we did need the land for a valid purpose at this time, we could make the resident move the pool, right?
Through you, Chair James, yes, if the lands were required for regional road purposes and a project was coming up, then the region could require their removal and reinstatement of the property.
Thank you. So the way that I view this report, and the reason that I'll be supporting it, is because it's a way to recoup some of the costs of a mistake that's happened. That doesn't often happen around this table. So I'm excited to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Going back to Commissioner Spooner, do we know, was there an actual permit application put in at the time of them putting this in, and it was just on our end that we didn't realize the property line there? Because I know surveys can have slightly varying lines sometimes.
Through you, Chair, with the time elapsed, we don't have records that provide the details of what happened in that particular permit application. So no, I don't have records of that, sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions, we do have a recommendation here, so I will need a mover for that. Councillor Wolf, seconder Councillor Foxton, and you'll be prompted an e-scribe. Okay, so that is carried. Okay, we will now move on to the regular agenda. And the first one is item 7.1.1, Stage 2 ION Business Case Engagement Plan. I will turn this over to Neil Malcolm, Director of Transit Services, to provide an introduction to the report. And this is a report for information.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair James, and to members of Regional Committee. We're here today to provide an update to the progress of Stage 2 Rapid Transit to Cambridge and the completion of the initial business case. Today is about setting the stage for what Council and the public can expect over the next few months, so it's a pretty exciting time to be moving this ahead. Stage 2 Rapid Transit to Cambridge will build on the transformative impact of Stage 1. The first phase provided a convenient, reliable, and affordable way for people to get where they need to go and resulted in more than $5 billion of investment in the community. Throughout the initial business case, we will show Council and the public how residents of Cambridge will realize the same benefits of Stage 1 with the implementation of Stage 2. The next milestone is completing the initial business case, bringing us closer to the goal of connecting Cambridge, Kitchener, and Waterloo with rapid transit, solidifying Waterloo region as a desirable place to live and work. And I'll invite Grand River Transit's Manager of Transit Development, Kevin Marshall, to provide a presentation for committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions. Okay, thank you. Oh, you have a presentation.
That was quick.
I know. Okay, go ahead with the presentation.
Hello again, and thank you, Chair and members of Council, for the opportunity to present today. At the start of the summer, the Grand River Transit team laid out our transit investment priorities in the approved GRT business plan to increase speed and reliability of our service, provide more services to new areas, and make transit easier to use for more residents over the next 10 years and beyond. Understandably, the GRT business plan reignited interest and excitement for rapid transit to Cambridge. Next slide, please. I'm here today to set the table on behalf of the region's rapid transit project team. Over the next 10 minutes, I will share an overview of the initial business case project, which is our next major milestone and will guide decision-making on vehicle type and route length. I will recap why rapid transit to Cambridge is so important and how this will inform the initial business case. And I will outline how GRT will reconnect with riders, residents, and community contributors starting now and into the fall to help inform recommendations for Council's consideration in November. Next slide. First, a bit of history. The region's vision and commitment to seamless, intuitive, and frequent rapid transit can be traced all the way back to our 1976 official plan policy, older than my shirt, for example. Over the last decade, construction and launch of light rail transit demonstrated how sustained investment in rapid transit can have a transformative impact on the region. Building off the success of Regional Council endorsed the final preferred route and station locations for Stage 2 to Cambridge. Following the completion of the transit project assessment process and a preliminary scoping for the initial business case, Council directed staff to consider a full-length bus rapid transit option alongside light rail transit options for the Stage 2 initial business case. We are now ready to bring everyone together to share more about the initial business case. Engagement will kick off this summer and will continue into the fall. An initial business case is a tool used by the MTO and Metrolinx to guide decision-making on major projects and support applications for federal and provincial funding. We're using the initial business case for rapid transit to Cambridge to evaluate the proposed project against the following pillars. Strategic case. How will each option transform Waterloo Region and why it's so important? The economic case. What are the monetary and travel benefits to the community? The financial case. How much will each option cost and how much revenue will it bring in? And deliverability and operations. What is required to build and operate each option, including the capability, challenges, and risks. As shown in this visual, the initial business case on the left side focuses on answering why we should do this work, whereas the full business case on the far right side advances all project considerations, especially finances and deliverability. It's useful to think of the initial business case as our opportunity to build a shared understanding among citizens, decision makers, and provincial and federal partners on the value of rapid transit to Cambridge. This is why our initial business case and the next few slides will dive deeper into why rapid transit to Cambridge is so important for our community. First, while we recognize recent volatility in population growth, we know that the region is still anticipated to grow. Most importantly, we know from ridership projections that the current service provided by Route 302 Ion Bus will not meet the future needs of our growing community, but dedicated rapid transit will. We also have seen the benefit of investing now to ensure growing communities continue to remain desirable places to live, work, study, and play. Dedicated rapid transit through the entire Central Transit Corridor not only unlocks more development investment opportunity, but also builds community with seamless travel between the great places that make Waterloo Region so special. Rapid Transit's strategic role as a community connector has never been more clear and more important for economic and social resiliency. Many people in Waterloo Region live in one community and work in another. Cambridge, Kitchener, Waterloo, and our townships are all stronger when we connect and work together. By extending rapid transit to Cambridge, residents of Cambridge and surrounding areas will enjoy the same benefits created by Stage 1. Rapid transit to Cambridge means seamless, intuitive, and frequent service that makes transit the easy choice for more people across our communities, which is the foundational principle of the GRT business plan. Rapid transit for Cambridge also achieves all priorities of the region's strategic plan, supports our goals for resilient, equitable, prosperous, low-carbon communities, and unlocks tremendous potential for the City of Cambridge and for Waterloo Region well into the future. As mentioned, as we begin scoping the initial business case, Council directed staff to consider a full-length bus rapid transit option alongside light rail transit options for the Stage 2 initial business case. It is important to highlight the 302 Ion bus is not a true bus rapid transit system. Intended to build ridership as a first step towards rapid transit in Cambridge, Ion bus has some bus-only lanes, but generally operates in mixed traffic and is impacted by congestion that reduces its speed and reliability. This chart is another way to look at the different systems. 302 Ion bus on the left side of this image is closer to an express bus service with some typical transit priority items that we use on other routes in our network, like bus priority signals at certain intersections and bus-only lanes for short stretches. In comparison, in the middle column, Bus Rapid Transit provides dedicated, separate bus lanes for the entire line and is often built to immediately support higher capacity buses like articulated bendy buses. The best Ontario example is York Region's Viva BRT line. Next to Bus Rapid Transit is Light Rail Transit, which shares many similar traits as Bus Rapid Transit, with the addition of dedicated tracks, similarly separated from traffic lanes, and we can walk down the street to see the best example of light rail in Ontario. As a reminder, the initial business case is intended to compare benefits and costs of different options for rapid transit. The initial business case will consider 5 options. Light rail transit extended from Fairway Station to downtown Cambridge, creating 1 continuous LRT route, 3 shortened light rail transit routes that would connect the remaining stations by express bus, and a full-length bus rapid transit line that would connect all stations between Fairway Station and downtown Cambridge with dedicated bus lanes separated from traffic. This map is a helpful way to visualize the different options considered in the initial business case. The results of the evaluation of the 5 options will shape our fall public engagement and ultimately help decision makers determine the vehicle type and route length to carry forward to the full business case. The initial business case is intended to support an application for full federal and provincial funding for both the full business case and the entire project. Since the approval of Ion Light Rail, methods of funding, ownership, and operations of rapid transit projects have evolved. For example, rapid transit projects currently in development in Mississauga and Hamilton are fully funded by the federal and provincial governments. Eglinton Crosstown Light Rail Transit was fully funded by the provincial government. Council's endorsement of the initial business case in November will enable staff to expedite to the full business case and prepare requests for full funding for rapid transit to Cambridge. Building off our successful public engagement for the GRT business plan, we will reconnect with riders, residents, and community contributors in Cambridge and across the region to help inform recommendations for Council's consideration in November. Starting this week, staff will kick off in-person and virtual sessions so the public can learn more about the big picture for rapid transit, what it means for Cambridge and Waterloo region. And then later this fall, an Ipsos survey will be conducted to better understand residents' priorities and feedback regarding rapid transit after we share preliminary results. Residents will also be able to share their thoughts on the Engage Waterloo Region page throughout the fall. That's engagewr.ca/stage2ion. So to recap, we're excited to launch the first phase of our public engagement, and we'll be back in September to share the preliminary results of the initial business case for Council and the public's input, and return once again in November with our final report, engagement summary, and recommendations for Council's consideration. Thank you again for the opportunity to share the latest on this exciting project, and I'm looking forward to working together to help us connect Cambridge.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair James. Thank you, Kevin, for the presentation. I look forward to supporting the full plan for the LRT, especially because that's the way we're going to get other governments' levels of buy-in. And I've had so many Cambridge residents contact me and say, please advocate for the Cambridge LRT. We need to benefit from the LRT, just like residents of Waterloo. And then I've had residents of Waterloo email me and say, please advocate for the Cambridge LRT, because we want to be able to go to Cambridge just like we go to other places in the region. And so I'm really excited for that. My question is there a shirt like yours available on the GRT merch website?
Yes, these shirts are for sale at GRT outlets, and also pens and tote bags.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair, thank you for the presentation. As you know, I fully support the initial business plan presented by dedicated staff. The plan is thoughtful, forward-looking, and grounded in the needs of our residents. We've been waiting far too long for this moment to arrive, and Cambridge deserves the same level of transit investment and connectivity as other parts of our region enjoy. And my question is, we've been waiting so long, and this is an initial business case. Can't this be the final business case? Like, why do we have, you know, when I'm looking at the history, sometimes it's taken 4 years before we go into the next one, and we've done the route. This council has voted for the second stage, I think at least twice, maybe 3 times. And we haven't had any vote of reconsideration, so we still should be on track. And when you say the full business case will expedite it, how long is that going to be?
Commissioner
Spooner? You might not be able to answer that.
Through you, Chair, Councillor, thank you for the question. I think it's an important one, and I will share in really our community's frustration on the speed and timeline of big infrastructure planning. As you saw from Kevin's slides, we are going to move from an initial business case, which is the confirmed option selection. So what we're going to ask you in November is to confirm the project one more time. This is the project we're taking forward. From there, we've got a lot of work to do. You know, with our project team, I'm pushing for 2 to 2.5 years to get to a full business case, procurement ready to go, and everything ready. In that time, what we will do is we will finish the full business case. We will do a lot of our preliminary design. We'll be in ground doing soil testing and other preparatory activities, and most importantly, we'll be seeking funding. So that is not a question for November. That is a question as we go forward. Kevin outlined a few of the funding options in front of us. But while we do have an EA, a TPAP complete, we do have more work to do to get ready for procurement. So there is a bit of a timeline remaining before we make that final push into construction.
I find that very frustrating that it's going to be in 2 years, 2.5 years to do a full business case. I mean, some of the soil sampling is, you know, we've done the EA, we've done the route, we've done the engagement. And then we're going to be asking the provincial and federal governments for the funding. And that's going to take a while. Can't we ask them for the funding in November? And then if they say yes, do the soil sampling. And then, you know, we're going to have to do the procurement. I can't see, I really don't understand why we would have to, after we all say yes, everybody says yes for the 3rd or 4th time, that we have to wait 2 years to have all the I's and T's crossed and then ask for the money, because they'll take forever too. I mean, isn't it possible to ask for the money after we have the initial business case and say, you know, we'll get the you know, we'll do our due diligence after that? I mean.
Yeah. Through you, Chair. So, Councillor Wolf, a bunch of good questions and thoughts in there. Let's do the first one, the money. So our ask is in. Kevin and team are working with the provincial government on a submission to the federal government in what is called the Canadian Permanent Transit Fund. It's a new funding stream. We receive at the region baseline funding, and now this is, it's called Metro Region Agreements. And so we are partnered up with the province in seeking that funding. It's in as a placeholder, obviously. It's called Rapid Transit to Cambridge at this point. What we'll do in November is replace that with our confirmed estimates, as well as the project we're going to proceed with. We're having those conversations already with the province. I think when you think about, you know, the work we're going to do to get ready, we really lean into a time, cost, and quality question. So, you know, if we started digging tomorrow, we may actually delay the project by not knowing what is there. So I would say some of that preparatory work is really important for when we start, but that's not the big activity that we're going to do for the next 2 years. With your support, there's actually a lot of land acquisition required for this project. When we look at the alignment we've got now, there are 50 full property takings and there are 200 partials. And so that's the work that gets going right away after November while we build out the team, so that when we come into 2.5 years and say, now we'd like to issue the procurement documents, here's the funding formula we've got agreed with the provincial and federal government, that there's nothing left that we need to do after that we're ready to put shovels in the ground and build the transit.
So you're saying that in 2 years, we could have shovels in the ground?
In 2 to 2.5 years, sometime in 2028, we would issue those procurement documents and start into the project, yes. So it wouldn't be, would it be groundbreaking in 2028? I don't know, but we'd be ready to issue that tender and bring on a partner.
Okay. I think it should be if we're going to use the word expedite. Okay.
Okay, so Councillor Wolf, if you have further questions, you have to go back in the queue. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. My question is just to reaffirm that as the process is going along in the business plan, it's going to remain area rated. I continue to get asks from people in my township that they're not going to be paying for the LRT if they can't easily access it. So just wanted that confirmation that that's being included in the business plan.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Transit is area rated today. That would be a decision of council to change that. We haven't advanced that as a staff initiative at this point. So, yeah, it remains in place. Thank you.
All I needed to hear. Thank you.
Councillor Craig.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Chair. My concern is I am feeling the same way as Councillor Wolf. A bit frustrated by what I see as a process. I think what people in Cambridge want to know what the timelines are and what the possibility of getting in the ground, when that will happen, and what the cost will be, so we have a definite starting date. This simply just seems to drip on and on and on. And I think also when you get to cost, that becomes an important issue, because this region is also looking at GO Train for Cambridge. It's looking at a new hospital. And I think we have to have a better understanding of how funding is going to come into this region and what the priorities are going to be. So I think we need to have a better answer for timelines. Would we be in the ground by 2:30? Would we be riding on the train by 2:35? That sort of thing. That's what the public wants to know.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Craig. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if, were you looking for an answer to?
Well,
I didn't hear
was that
a
a rhetorical
question.
question? Oh, okay.
So I think it's something that you're taking meticulous notes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that.
Yeah, if I may, please, thank you. And Councillor, thank you for the question. I will take the question as timelines. And there are 3 important timelines for my team right now. Those are the first one, procurement, which I've told you 2.5 years. There is breaking ground, the first time we put a shovel in the ground, and there is the first ride on the new system, the new part of the system. At this time, I wouldn't give you an estimate on when we break ground and when we take the first ride. I think that'd be inappropriate at the phase that I'm sitting in, where I don't have a confirmed project, I do not have confirmed funding, and I don't have a full business case that lays out that cost fully for ourselves or for our potential funders. So those are key dates for me. We're well aware of them, but we've talked a lot about the moment we say the first day somebody rides a train, we've got a region that pays attention and they're going to hold me to that. And so at this point, I don't have a good enough estimate on that one to confidently tell you.
My concern is that I'm running out of time to see this happen. Okay, thank you.
Councillor McCabe.
Wow, that's we're all running out of time. Every day we're running out of time. Thank you, Kevin and team, for this initial business case. It really, when I read through it, you know, it's really astonishing to think that it started in 1976. Before most of us around here were born, I'll just throw that out there. But yeah, it really, for me, that really just emphasized or re-emphasized how long-term, the importance of the long-term vision that we need to take as council and staff in making these kind of decisions. And certainly, my questions were going to be along Councillor Wolf's line around and I won't make you repeat your answers, Doug or Kevin, but just that, there's work that's happening right now provincially and federally on, nation building projects and, money that's going to come. We don't know what the federal budget's going to look like, but I certainly think it's important that you said that the initial requests are in for funding because we don't want to miss any of the potential opportunities that might come from the federal or provincial government, in this time of just economic uncertainty and what they're going to do with their budgets to just make sure that our communities are kept whole and kept economically sound. So thank you, Councillor Wolf, for pressing on those issues because I really shared, those were my initial things is, how quickly can we really move on this, understanding that it started in 1976 and here we are today, still talking about it. And I think it's really important, if possible, that we do have unanimous consent around here or on a project like this because we know there wasn't full, we know that the full council didn't vote in favor of the LRT years ago, right? And that I think probably has had an impact on some of the timelines. So I think for me, I think this is just something that's really important for us to do as an entire region. So my question is just not about area rating, but just when we're putting this initial business case together, how would this impact or how could this impact transit to the particularly North Dumfries and maybe the south end of Wilmot as this whole project rolls out? Just thinking of how how the townships fit into this as well.
Oh, thank you very much. And through the chair, I think the first comment I want to make was, Cambridge and Waterloo region's industries are recognized as nationally significant. So when we talk about nation building projects, it's a difficult one to challenge that we're not proposing something that fits that bill. The second piece around how does this feed into the rest of our network? This is really where the business plan teed up a lot of this work. So our township transit strategy, which we've consulted with the mayors of our townships as well as their CAOs and other staff on helping shape the best way forward for that, has considered and contemplated our future transit network, including light rail as well too, for areas identified for new growth and new services in Cambridge, industrial areas, and frankly throughout the region. We have envisioned the future, including a dedicated rapid transit line through Cambridge. So a lot of what we've teed off through the business plan process is directly supportive of getting us to rapid transit and then also supporting rapid transit long-term, both in the urban areas as well as our township areas too. Thanks.
Thank you. I think it's really important that we remember the whole system approach that this brings to the table, including, in the townships and our buses, and then also, other trails and other networks like that this will really help to bring together. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Just a reminder to council, we will have a hard stop at 11:55 and we'll have to go into closed. We are running about 40 minutes behind right now. So Chair Redmond and then Councillor Verbanovic.
Thank you, Chair James. I will try to be expeditious. I really think it's important that we talk about not only the vision and the shaping of the future, which is very much what the LRT is about, but also in addition to the planning impact and the investment from private sector that we've seen in Kitchener-Waterloo, it is a transit system. And so all of those systems do have to integrate, and that is our overall vision. It has been a long time. It will take a long time. It'll take longer than any of us want, but we right now have phase one of a highly functioning, successful LRT, and we can go to other levels of government and say that this kind of investment is really important. But I also know that when we go to other levels of government, I'm a big fan of ready, aim, fire, and to aim, we have to do our due diligence so that we can have a shovel-ready plan that we have costed out, that we can then go to the provincial and federal government to have funded. So as much as this feels like a bit of a stutter in how we go forward and it doesn't go as quickly as we want to, I think it's really important that we're able to demonstrate that we've done all that due diligence, which is why phase 1 of the LRT was successful. We had done that due diligence and we need to do it now. And I guess, Kevin, my one question was, how many times do you get asked if I can buy your t-shirt? I'm very excited we're still talking about this. I am totally cognizant of the kind of benefit the entire region will have when this is completed. So I'm very excited to know that we're on our way to where we need to be.
Thank you, Chair Redmond. Councillor Benevic.
Thank you very much, and thanks for your report. I think this is very exciting, and like others, I certainly hope will lead to a quick implementation of Stage 2 ION. I guess my question with the timing and the business plan, and I agree with Chair Redmond on the issue of, we want to make sure we have all of our ducks in a row and that we have a strong business case to present to the other orders of government. But I'm wondering, Mr. Spooner, if you can speak to a little bit to, in particular, where we're at with provincial and federal funding programs that this project may be eligible for. Obviously we know that both at the regional order of government and at the local tiers, we're regularly advocating about different things. But we want to make sure that we don't miss any windows of opportunity. And in particular, I'm thinking right now about all of the discussion that's happening around the funding of major nation building kinds of projects. And while this isn't a nation building one, it's a region building one. And just want to make sure that we're not missing out on any possible opportunities going forward.
Yeah, through you, Chair, and thank you for the question, Councillor. I think there's a few things when we think about our upcoming pitch to the provincial and federal government that are absolutely in our favor in the region. The first one is that we've proven we can deliver. We've got Stage 1 LRT, it's functioning really well, and we did it. We did it ourselves. The next is really confirming the project and getting it shovel ready. And this is where your comments around nation building, I think, are really important. If you think about where to invest, the federal government has said they will put $3 billion a year over the next 10 years, so $30 billion into transit infrastructure. That's been a commitment made. We receive baseline funding from that, but this is now project funding. And so when I think about this, I think about getting us ready for a pitch that effectively says, Cambridge or Coquitlam, Kitchener or Kingston, where would the federal government like to invest? And if we can show both the transit ridership and our commitment to housing, which we know is important to upper levels of government, we're really well positioned. There's a last piece where we're really well positioned, which we're not starting from scratch. Despite our frustration about where we're at in the process, we've got significant amount of works done. Our REA is done, come November, we have a saleable project. It will be costed. Obviously, there'll be some work in there to pare down those numbers. But that is my hope that come November, we are completely aligned and we are ready to pitch that project as part of economic recovery or whatever it is that our upper level of government partners are looking to do. This will be a winner for them.
Okay, so I guess and that leads to my second question, which is there's nothing right now that we can reasonably do to give you additional resources if we were so inclined to fast track this. Like you just need a certain amount of time, and this is sort of the best you can that collectively we can achieve in that regard.
Yeah, so let's talk about that because we talk about this all the time, Councillor. It's an important one for us to get. We're excited. And so at this stage, I would say no. I think we have to be respectful of our wants to gather input from residents, from the business community and the development community. I plan to make a recommendation in November based on input from those groups. I think that's important. However, what I'm also going to do in November along with laying out the results of that public consultation, is lay out for you next steps. And we'll have some options in there about how fast we move forward, again, on that time, cost, quality triangle. And we'll be able to recommend that maybe we do take a little bit of financial risk up front, whether or not we know that money's coming, or we could sit and wait until we have all the money in our coffers and do it. So we'll put that in front of you on a plan to try and accelerate this as fast as we can. And we're working on it right now in terms of if we bring on staff, how we fund those staff, what we do for land acquisitions, and how we run this entire project. So, yeah, thank you.
Great, that sounds great, and I think, you know, between now and November, that's about as reasonable as any of us can expect. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I was just confirming schedule. So we have until about 12:30, so I'm going to continue on with the agenda, and when we get to 12:30, we will break wherever we are on this agenda. So moving along, and thank you to staff for that. I have no other questions. We will be moving on to item 7.2.1, the Highland Road noise concern. So I will have Commissioner Spooner introduce this report, which is for information.
Yeah, thank you, Chair James. So, Council, from a very macro decision to a very micro one, and I know we've had a lot on this topic, so I wanted to bring you up to speed since we last met and talked about a noise wall on Highland. Since we last spoke, myself and a number of our regional councillors representing Kitchener have visited the site along with residents. And in fact, thank you to those residents for inviting us into their backyards. And we met with residents of both Michelle Court, which is close to East Forest Trail, and from Newbury Drive, which is close to the Iron Needles and Highland intersection, to discuss the noise. It was very clear to me in that discussion that what the resident group is seeking is a full noise wall built at the region's expense, which would effectively defeat two of the parts of the policy I'll talk to you about shortly. And so my team took that at face. We understood the activity that was requested, and we committed to bringing it forward to you for consideration. So, with that said, I am not going to recommend a noise wall today based on the work that we undertook, and here's why. So as you know, we did not redo the noise study. We had done the noise study twice. It wouldn't be slated again to be done until 2028. But we did revisit the site using my very unofficial iPhone app, and we measured noise multiple times. And what we've come up with, again, is the average noise in both of those areas is between 11 and 18 decibels. The peak noise, remembering that our threshold is 65 decibels, the peak noise gets between 45 and 73 decibels. So there are instances where the noise on that road exceeds our noise policy, but again, we measure it on average throughout the day, and so it doesn't meet it when we do the full study. Two quick reminders on that one. So about the 65 decibels. That level of noise coming from a modified muffler, a multi-ton gravel truck, we have no way to mitigate. So we could put in the tallest noise wall, we wouldn't be able to solve that noise. Next is an important one for me, is that decibel levels are logarithmic. And so I would try to explain this to you, but the only way I can explain it to myself is if you think about an XY axis, this goes like this. So 1 decibel is not created equal. I'm sorry I don't have a better way to explain that, but I hope my point is made. But really, again, all of that is irrelevant because I wanted to take a fair look at the residents' request. And when we did, we found a number of things that were cause for concern. The first one are existing structures, trees, and drainage. There are a number of existing fences in place that residents have put in themselves. And so if we were to do a noise wall, we would likely have to remove. The next are the number of trees that are mature trees that are in that area that do provide, noise, light, and a bunch of other benefits to residents that I wouldn't want to suggest we remove. And finally, drainage. Along the section, and sorry, just let me check along Newbury Drive, there is a full drainage ditch along the back of all of those properties. And so putting in a noise wall, we would also then have to mitigate drainage. So with all of that, we looked at a cost of building the wall at $8.56 million. for a project that would benefit roughly 100 homes. And when I think about representing 700,000 people in this region, I can't make that recommendation. A quick reminder on the policy, because I think it's important in this context. There are 3 ways that noise walls get built in our region. The first, and you can actually see a few on the map that was provided, if you look at the sections in blue on the north side of Highland, that are developer built. And so developers, as an offering to new homeowners, can put that in as a feature. There's a noise wall. Next is region built, and this is the policy where we do our model. We do it for today, we do it for 10 years out, and we say to you we recommend or don't recommend, it's warranted or not, and in this case, twice we have not recommended this wall. The third is kind of a combination of resident and council-led, and that would be the case where the residents would say, your sound modeling is great, or they'll challenge it, which they have in this case, and they say, council, we'd still like you to build the wall. And there are 2 options in that case. One of them is our policy says we would survey the residents. We would seek 2/3 of those residents to tell us that they do indeed want the wall. And provided we met 2/3, there's a second question, which is, does the region pay half or does the region pay whole? And so thinking about the possibility of having not spoken to every resident on the street, but thinking about those who have built fences and remembering that noise doesn't affect everybody equally. Right? So for some people sitting in their backyard at the outdoor living area, this is really impactful. And for others, it isn't. And so the likelihood of getting 2/3 of people to say that they would like to pay either $86,000 for the noise wall if they pay full, or $43,000 if they have to pay half, I don't think has an outcome that we should anticipate going that way. Finally, if we did choose to defeat both parts of that policy, so that being to build the wall at fully the region's expense, we should anticipate that other areas of our region would come forward challenging that noise policy. And we believe that our exposure on that is upwards of $150 million, which would represent effectively our transportation capital budget for an entire year. And so, Council, I think my job is to give you complete advice. I'm giving you the input of the residents at face. That is what they have asked for. And I'm giving you my recommendation that we do not proceed. There are a few additional pieces that we're going to get started on based on our discussion last time, is really to look at those peak noise. Is there anything we can do on peak noise? We talked about noise cameras. We haven't found effective implementations of those. There might be some policy tools. But, as we continue to urbanize our region and places get busier and more people are traveling, I believe this is a problem we're going to continue to talk about. And so my team and I are committed to pursuing those results, despite not making the recommendation for one option today. And with that, I am ready for questions.
Councillor Hunick.
Commissioner Spooner, you make a great case. Thanks for laying that out for us. The report references if residents want to, they can build a tight fence. And I have no idea how that differs from a regular fence. So I wonder if you can explain that to me and also talk about the cost to individual homeowners. I'm wondering if that's cost prohibitive for many, which is why they're coming to us to say, can you pay for this wall?
Yes, through you, Chair. Councillor Hunick, thank you for the question. And I'm going to now show most of Council and describe to you the difference between a fence and a tightly packed fence. And so a fence that most people would build would have offset panels, and they would offset in sequence, and so there would be gaps in them. A tightly packed fence is you literally take the panels and you stick them side to side, and so there is no air gap or noise gap in between them. So that is what we were talking about when we were talking tightly packed fence. And you can see some examples on Highland. The second part of your question, please remind me.
How much does the average tight fence cost to build?
Yeah, so we did take a look at this, and we figured for most of the backlotted properties, the cost of putting in that tightly packed 8-foot fence, which is fully allowable in the city of Kitchener, is about $2,500 for property. So versus a noise wall at $43 or $86, it's actually a really reasonable, and it can be done at any time without coordination from the region.
Thank you. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. Can you tell me, when the faster traffic goes, does that create more noise?
Through you, Chair, yes. This is one of the interesting ones. So I assumed coming in that noise was generated by the weight of the vehicle or the muffler. There actually is the interaction of the vehicle surface and the tires, and so acceleration is a big determinant of noise.
Okay, so the design of the roadway impacts the speed that drivers can travel, which then impacts the noise that's generated, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So, so then in the bylaw, would it not be best practice to include that we review road design which would that not actually, because as you say, you know, as we continue to urbanize and densify and that, like, we're going to continue to face this problem and we can't afford to put, we can't afford to put noise walls everywhere and they don't look great, et cetera. There's various reasons, right? So why aren't we actually trying to address part of the root cause of this, which is, as you said, the acceleration and the speed? And that would be, I suspect, through road design, correct?
Yeah, Councillor McCabe, it's a really good point. And sorry for not extending the discussion that far, because I think you've made the important one. Look, I think for the folks on Michelle Court, there's a berm there. There's very little opportunity for us to add anything beyond what the berm is providing. But for those on Newbury, most of that noise is being generated at the roundabout at Highland and Ira Needles and coming out of that roundabout. And so our discussion has been the answer is likely lying in our roundabout pilot. Reminder, we're doing 2 treatments there. Just north of that site, actually, is the flashing lights that will slow vehicles coming in. And the other one are the raised crosswalks. And so if you think about traveling through a raised crosswalk, you wouldn't be able to take that tight corner from Ira Needles onto Highland and really accelerate, because you'd be coming over a speed bump at a slower rate of speed right in the area that we're talking about. So we do believe there are treatments to the roadway that will work in this instance. We don't have those slated. We've just done the work on Highland, but there might be an opportunity coming off the back end of the roundabout pilot to institute it right there immediately.
But thank you for that. But more broadly, when we think about regional roads across the whole region, like, should that not be built? Should something like that not be, like the road, redoing the road design, should that not be part of the bylaw and the policy that we have in place?
Yeah,
I'm trying to think of, like, how do we prevent this problem?
Yeah, it's actually the trigger for, right? So if we do a road reconstruction, that triggers the noise study. So I think it is built in.
No, I'm not talking about the noise study. I'm talking about, shouldn't the policy include, like, best practice be that we look at road design so that it reduces the ability to accelerate and to speed and create the noise in the first place?
Yeah, I got him. Yeah, this is where, Councillor, I spoke earlier a little bit about the integrated mobility plan and the play between performance and safety. And I think that's where we're going to see that discussion play out. We could narrow Highland, we could condense those lanes, we could use some of the treatments that Kitchener does with the bollards that really squeeze you and slow you down. The challenge for us is the regional road network functions also as a goods movement corridor. And so I want to make sure as we implement these safety changes that we're also conscious of the performance and the impacts of those. And so I think the answer to your question broadly is yes, there are policy levers we could put in place that dictate road design that slow vehicles down. I just want to do that in a very measured way, which we plan to do through the IMP.
Okay, thank you. I'll look forward to seeing that in there then. Thanks.
Mike, did you want to speak to that, Mr. Henderson? I saw.
Excuse me. Just to add to Commissioner Spooner's comments, you'll be seeing this fall new street design guidelines that are starting to institute some of those things that you're talking about, Councillor, like narrower lanes, medians, all in place to effectively slow speed down. So you're going to be seeing that this fall. So we do that now. You'll see that in lots of our new designs, and we will be presenting that with the street design guidelines this fall. So our design does support lower speeds, which will help noise.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Foxton.
Tongue in cheek, we could ban aggregate trucks. Thank you.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Councillor James, for letting me in again. Commissioner Spooner, I noticed that in the potential solutions you offered to Councillor McCabe, you did not mention ASE cameras. In the interim between now when the noise is happening and later when the road is rebuilt in a way that slows traffic down, would there be an option to put in an ASE camera to serve as a deterrent to speeding and making loud noises? unnecessarily.
Through you, Chair. Great question, Councillor Hunick, and there is a very specific reason for me not mentioning that, and that is the policy guidance for municipal speed cameras today requires either a school zone, in which we don't have one of those in this section of Highland, or the other one is a main community feature, such as a community center, a seniors home, or other. That was the policy that we put in place, and that those features do not exist in this section of roadway. So
cool. So maybe we should build one of those. Thank you.
Councillor Liggett.
Thank you. Doug, can you speak to the noise? I know a lot of the noise on Franklin Boulevard and the Queen Shaver in Cambridge is very similar, and the complaints that you're getting as well as us. Speak to the noise coming from the motorcycles and the cars, please, because I live almost in downtown. I live on Main Street in downtown Galt, and I can hear it in the middle of the night constantly. And I'm far away.
Through you, Chair. Councillor Liggett, I share a similar sentiment. I live, probably a kilometre off of Ira Needles, and I can hear motorcycle and muffler noise from there at odd times of day, so there must be a street racing nighttime ring. Look, again, I think this is where I speak about the average noise and the peak noise. And today, we don't have a lot of tools in our toolbox to deal with peak noise. You're effectively allowed to have a modified muffler. Not really, but people have them. Motorcycles do have loud. You get that kickback sometimes when the engine goes. I think that's our challenge now. I will agree with you that that's what we need to figure out. The noise modeling seems to be doing a good enough job on average noise, but again, I don't have a solution with a wall of any type that addresses that peak noise, and so that takes me to the conclusion that we actually need to get to the peak noise and limit that if we're going to help our residents enjoy quiet living areas.
Follow up to that. So the modified mufflers and those high-pitched motorcycles, would that be provincial legislation or dealt with municipally?
I'm just looking to our chief engineer to get a sense. Yeah. Councillor, we're not sure right now. I'm going to take that as a follow-up item just to see where that sits, if we have any control in this chamber or if it sits with the province. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, that report was for information. Next, we will be moving on to Council Committee tracking list that has been received for information. And then moving on to other business. So we have 9.1, a notice of motion from Councillor Rodriguez. I have, Councillor Rodriguez has moved it. Do I have a seconder for his motion? Councillor McCabe? Okay, I'd like you to introduce your motion, Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair James, and thanks to staff for your coordination on this. I just want to start by recognizing some of the concerns that have been brought forward to councilors over the summer. And really the intent of the motion is to get ahead of future questions or concerns that our residents might have as we head into the fall and the years to come, as we head into probably one of the largest infrastructure projects in downtown Kitchener since Stage 1 LRT wrapped up. So for context, we got quite a number of concerns about rail noise over at Lancaster Street this spring and summer. And it was just a matter of finding the information and who had the right information. And there's many agencies at play here, and everyone's doing great work to deliver what is a really exciting project. But there was really challenging to find information both for residents and for members of council. And so there's some upcoming work that's getting started this August or this summer that was, shared with some in the community and some at the area municipality. And again, there's many agencies that are doing this work, and this work that's coming up includes even 2 weekends of overnight construction. So this is, highly disruptive work. We know that disruptions are part of construction, but I think our residents deserve to know when it's coming, what they can expect, and also where they can get more information. This is a big project. And so, again, we know that this construction disruption is inevitable. The intent of this motion is to ask staff to report back as part of what I understand is a planned report this fall, so this isn't a new item, to how we can find ways to amplify communications from other agencies, how we're going to engage and communicate on plans for both sort of our work, as well as any work that maybe Metrolinx or other agencies are doing related to GO expansion. There's a lot going on at that block. And so it's all about making sure that folks in the community can find the answers that they need, to know what residents can expect and when, how they can share their concerns, and how they can get updates throughout the construction process. So I want to acknowledge that, to the community, I know a number of folks we had Mr. Tennant here earlier and some others in the community who have reached out, and we want to acknowledge that, we know that there's going to be some learning along the way, and I think this is a good start, and I thank you for the whole community for their patience as we get it going with some exciting work here.
Thank you, Chair Redmond.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate Councillor Rodriguez bringing this forward. You've touched on one of my concerns, and that is very much that there is information and planning schedules that are not the purview of the region, nor are we able to control how they communicate with the public. So we really hope that when this report comes back, there be some overture to Metrolinx to go to CN, whoever else is involved, to find out what their plan is so that we don't end up being responsible for a system that we have no control over, because I think that's important for the community to recognize as well.
Thank you. Councillor Urbanovic.
Thanks very much, and thank you, Councillor Rodriguez, for bringing this this motion forward. Just a couple quick thoughts, and since you'll be moving it, maybe you can even move it with those words in it. But where you reference residents to be, engaged in consultant, I would suggest it should be residents, businesses, and the BIA. Particularly as it relates to this project, and so I would ask if you would consider that. Alternatively, I guess if you just make the base motion, I can do it as an amendment, but happy to leave that with you. I also would concur with Chair Redmond. I think we need to look at the sort of the various owners of various aspects of this project, and this one's complex because part of it is the region and part of it is Metrolinx, and then obviously there's partners that need to engage in different parts of it. I do think once we get to the overall project, it's going to be important that we look at it in a similar context as we did the ION project, in terms of, that overall project will ultimately be a regional-led project, and so having that coordination happening from the region will make sense once these Metrolinx pieces are done. The last point that I will make, and I think this is probably a conversation for another day, but it really touches on what you're getting at. We used to have project committees that existed at the region that involved regional staff and elected officials and municipal staff and elected officials. And those project teams worked very well and were very helpful. In fact, this project had a project team like that was disbanded. And I can tell you, I think of this project, I think of the New Dundee one that impacted Kitchener and the region and North Dumfries, when I say New Dundee Road, and I can think of other ones. And I think the earlier we can get back to having everyone at the table and working through these issues, it's going to be, it'll help us ensure that some of these problems get dealt with early on. And so I think at a subsequent meeting, I'd like to have a bit of a discussion around how we can work to get those kinds of project teams back on track.
Thank you. I just want clarification to ensure that there's unanimous consent around adding in businesses and BIA as per Councillor Urbanovic's suggestion. Councillor Rodriguez, you're okay with that?
I have no concerns.
Okay, perfect. So we'll add that in and we'll go down the list again. Councillor Shantz?
Thank you. Just really briefly, I want to add to what Councillor Verbanovic just said, and I think, I've said this before, I think one of the main purposes of a good government is bringing the right people together. And even though sometimes it feels like that takes longer at the outset, in the end, we'll get a better result. So I fully support this motion.
Councillor Liggett?
Well, that was speedy. Thank you for recognizing me. I want to speak to what Councillor Verbanovich was talking about, because I sat on those, the design team committee for the regional roads through Cambridge, all the way up past the hospital, all the way down south of Main Street and along Main Street. So I sat on 3 of those committees. 2 of them I was also appointed to, which have not come to fruition yet. They've been postponed since 2023. But if it wasn't for the fact that the lower tier municipal councillors would be appointed to that, some of the nuances for these projects would never have come to light, because we are the ones who travel those roads every day. And we are the ones who see the pattern of the traffic, the shortcuts that people are taking, the type of turn lanes that need to happen. And I can tell you that Dundas Street would never be what it is today if it wasn't for my input into it. We had some amazing city staff people. Mr. Henderson was on the committees with me. There was some amazing regional staff, on that who I got to know quite well, and I really appreciated those relationships as well. To be able to sit and talk to each other about those things creates a really good pattern of communication between elected officials and staff. So I wholeheartedly agree with Councillor Verbanovich that those committees need to be brought back.
Thank you. Councillor Foxton.
Well, I could go on and on and on, but I just want to say ditto.
Okay. All right. So seeing no further questions, we have a mover and a seconder. I believe, Councillor McCabe, you seconded that, so you'll be prompted in e-scribe. Okay, that is carried. Okay, we are going to go into closed and then resume sustainability, infrastructure, and development following close. So I need a motion or a mover to go into our closed meeting. Councillor Foxton and seconded by Councillor Craig. So we will go into closed.
Okay, folks, so to get started, we have a back into the planning agenda.
Back into SID. We're back into SID.
Yep.
I think Jan was just looking for clarification.
Okay, yeah. We're back into the notice of motion, okay? Colleen James, okay? Council?
We have to do a motion to reconvene first.
All right, sorry. Need a motion to reconvene? Moved by Councillor Fox and seconded by Councillor Wolf, please. Those in favor? E-scribe will do it. Yeah, we're fine, folks. Okay. Up is the notice of motion. Calling Councillor James, please. Councillor Wolf, could you second the motion?
Okay, so thank you through you, Chair Craig. I just want to say with this motion, it doesn't focus on a blanket no turns, no right turns on red. What I am asking for is a feasibility study for staff, because we have the tools, we have data, to look at where, as we expand as a region and there's density happening not just in the core, but outside of it, to look at potential areas for no turns on reds. And this to me is about safety. I have continued to speak with and meet with the public and some of their concerns, and there are many, but this one I thought is something that, you know, we could at least explore more. We've had pilot projects in Cambridge that have since been implemented. This is not unique to Kitchener, Waterloo, other area municipalities. You know, I think we really need to be thinking about long-term down the road. And I know this community is going to grow. We're going to have high-density intersections and areas. And when I looked at some of the data, so this was a driving force for me too, that 89% of pedestrian collisions occur at signalized intersections. And we know between signalized intersections and roundabouts, the severity of impact of collisions is that much more than if it were at a roundabout. 1 in 3 pedestrian collisions are caused by turning vehicles. 56% of pedestrians struck had the right of way. You know, it's concerning. And within the past 24 hours, I've had multiple residents reach out to share their experiences of near misses or areas where they have potentially, or where they have had a collision. The other thing I want to say too is that, you know, if we look at the origin of why right turns on reds were allowed, it had nothing to do with safety. It actually had to do with an oil scare. I do have a video that I would like to share. I want to thank Abdullah for providing some context, brought in a couple students to help put together a video. Just, you know, there's decisions that have made historically, and now we're talking about safety all of the time, and we have to understand context and if it's still relevant today. So I will have clerks share that.
Trucks and drivers will see them, but 89% of pedestrian and 74% of cyclist collisions happen at signalized intersections, and over half of those struck had the right of way. A major factor is right turns on red. It was introduced in the 1970s to save fuel in response to the OPEC oil crisis, but now causes far more harm than good. Drivers often roll through without stopping, scan left for cars instead of right for people, and block crosswalks. As vehicles grow larger, the risks only increase. Banning right turns on red at major intersections, paired with leading pedestrian intervals, can cut collisions by up to 83%. It saves lives, reduces costly collisions, and creates more welcoming streets for children, older adults, and people with disabilities. It's simple. Collisions are preventable.
So I will present this motion to council for consideration. Again, this is just a feasibility study to see if there are key intersections based on the tools, the data that we have. I will also say the second part of this motion is around leading pedestrian intervals. And I've been in many municipalities and cities and have noticed where there is high density, there is also leading pedestrian intervals where pedestrians cross the street ahead of the light turning green. And it's something that potentially we should be considering here. We had delegations speak earlier today about pedestrian safety. Many of us get emails about safety. And, I want to say this too, because often, drivers will think they're being penalized, but I am seeing a lot of people just crossing the street looking down at their phones. So, I think this is in everybody all in here around ensuring that we are putting in safety measures and that everybody is being able to travel and not experience collisions and no right turns on certain intersections before the red. I think it's something that we can at least explore, may not be, and have staff look into down the road. So I will leave that there. Happy to answer any questions and entertain the debate around this.
Thank you, Councillor James. Councillor Wolf, speaking to the motion.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I strongly support this motion. I do appreciate the motivation for it. I like that it's evidence-based research. Okay, so that we're doing something with because of the figures and because of the safety concerns. You know that I have objected to the speed cameras and some of that, and part of that is because it was just more of in my mind, an emotional response to children at school, where there wasn't the stats to back it up. But these intersections, signalized intersections, are dangerous. It's interesting that when someone's jaywalking, they're rarely hit. And they're rarely hit because they know they're doing something dangerous and they're watching for cars. And as my colleague just said, it's so often we see people with their nose buried in their phone crossing at a signalized place or even a stop sign. So I like the idea this would be a feasibility study. It wouldn't necessarily be every red light that this goes in. And I would definitely like to see pedestrian intervals looked into as a safety measure. So I will be supporting this motion.
Councillor Saladin, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Commissioner Spooner, I'm curious right now when staff, I know through MyoVision and get other data and information, are you already looking for these opportunities to bring forward to council? The reason I'm asking it is I'm trying to hash out where this fits into our business plan without loading more work onto staff, although good intent.
Yeah. Through you, Chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. So in April of 2023, our team brought a report called the Road User Safety Program, and it looked at the 5 E's: evaluation, engagement, engineering, which I'll come back to, education, and enforcement. And through our conversation today, we've touched on all 5 of those. In the engineering section, it put forward 5 unique kind of project types. One was the roundabout safety pilot, so raised crosswalks and flashing beacons. Another one was an illumination review at roundabouts, so looking at lighting. The third was warrants for pedestrian-oriented traffic controls, like this. The fourth was an implementation of no right turn on red, so this. And the fifth was the township traffic calming initiative. So I actually see this as wildly supportive of our existing efforts. It's a little bit of encouragement from council to keep going on the no right turn on red. And we do look for opportunities. Really 2 reasons for implementation. One of them is safety. So lots of vehicle pedestrian interactions, near misses or collisions. And the other one is actually geometry. The one that I sit at is at University and Herb. And so I'm going to do another visual for you. That road does not hit as a T, it hits as a bit of a skew. And so in the section where you can't actually see oncoming cars, we've implemented a no right turn. So there's a few instances when we would put them in, but the team actively looks on those projects to put them in. And I would see this as encouragement and support.
And just to follow up, if I may, Chair. I'm going to take your silence as a yes that I can follow up. Follow-up would be, so if council were to pass this today, staff would see this not as saying that we are committing to no right-hand turns, but that you're committing to bringing back information, correct? I just want to really make sure nobody who maybe gets to report to the media has this wrong and winds up as a headline.
Yeah, I think what we would do is report back on, kind of the next intersections that would benefit from this treatment and allow council to consider that information.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Schatz, please.
Thank you. I support the motion. I think we've got one intersection that we've fairly recently put in a no right turn on red. Prior to that, we had the where the pedestrian starts off before the traffic so that they can be seen. I think it's working well. Some people don't like it because they're used to turning right, and they get up there and they still turn right, and then they realize they did it wrong. But I think doing an analysis is a good idea. The other thing I guess that you might want to consider is where all the pedestrians move and then the traffic moves. And I'm thinking particularly University and King, that sort of intersection where you've got a lot of students and a lot of where people can't even turn right, even on a green.
If I may, Chair. Councillor, through you, Chair. So the two additional pieces you've added on is a pedestrian leading interval. That's where pedestrian gets a bit of advance time to start. And the other one is an intersection scramble. We don't actually have one in the region. The reason I'm giggling is I have a supervisor on my GRT team who every time I see him tells me we need one at King and University. So.
Okay. Councillor Hunick, please.
Thank you, Chair. I love being on this council because I think the council and the commissioners that we work with are committed to doing things thoughtfully and doing them correctly. And so I really appreciate the idea about the feasibility study. I'm really thankful to Councillor James for bringing this forward. As a pedestrian on wheels who has low vision, I don't ever see if a driver sees me. And so the fact that I'm 42 years old and haven't been hit yet is actually a miracle. And I think the no right turns on red would be very, very helpful in certain circumstances. So thank you very much.
Speaking to the motion, Councillor Ivanovic, please.
Thanks. Actually, I have questions of staff, and then I'll make my comment. Mr. Spooner, just building on your comments earlier in response to Councillor Salonen, the reality is we have many examples of intersections where there is already no right turn, and those have come either through as a result of the questions from members of council, questions from the public, or staff doing their work on their own. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Yeah, so I guess I'm just trying to understand if that's part of our normal course of doing business already, and maybe this is more a question for Councillor James. If that's part of our normal course of business, we already have processes in place. I'm just trying to understand what we're trying to achieve that's new here, if the intent is not to go to a no right turn regiment overall.
Councillor James, go ahead.
Yeah, happy to respond. So the intention is not to go to a no right overall. I could list about 4 or 5 intersections, and in conversations with staff, it's a broad look as opposed to some of the ones that have been flagged for a number of years. The reality is our community is growing, and it's not just growing in the core, but it's also growing outside of the core areas. And that's what made me bring this forward, because of some of the trends that I am seeing in the ways in which safety is an issue outside. And thinking about, some of those roads that are out in southern Kitchener where there is increased high density, there are traffic flow concerns. And the reality is it's for staff to bring back, to look at potential areas, using the data, using the tools. We have, partnerships with people and organizations that are collecting data. Let's use that data and let's, reaffirm our commitment to safety. I don't, like many of you, continuously getting emails about safety and pedestrian safety and seeing these videos of near misses. So I think the it's warranted to escalate it. It's warranted to, reinforce that we do have a growing community, and it's not just in the core, which I know there's a lot of no rights on red in the core, but what is happening in those suburban areas. And the reality is, staff are doing this work, but at the same time, we have to listen to where we need to prioritize, and safety is one of the things that continues, especially just in thinking about that delegation earlier today. So it's for me, it was an issue. It's something I've spoken to Commissioner Spooner about probably in 2023 or so about certain intersections. And, I feel that we're at a point right now where trends are changing, driving trends and pedestrian trends are changing and impacting the community. So let's look at this and make sure we're recommitted to it, and staff have our support around this.
So I guess
Going back, go ahead.
Yeah, my additional question then to Mr. Spooner is, if you're already doing some of this work, and this is new work that's being proposed outside of the budget cycle and so on, how is this work going to be managed, and what things will come off your workload right now? Or is this something that actually should be considered as part of the budget process, so that we're not kind of trying to take a potential mid-year attempt to get something onto the list over and above what staff are already doing in the approved budget?
Yeah, through you, Chair. It's a great question, Councillor. Look, I think if I start with the what's new, so we share this information with Council normally through a project by project report. We bring forward a capital project and we say we're going to do this. So that's one way this changes. You'll get it kind of up front. The second one is I feel like this is a bit more proactive than our usual approach. We're going to come with a list of suggested intersections to Council. Doesn't mean we don't implement them project by project, but I see this as kind of a step to say, here are the intersections of interest. We do have a lot more information with MyoVision coming in on the intersections. Our engineering team is taking a look at it. So it maybe is a communication piece for my team to communicate to Council those intersections of interest, rather than a piece of broad new work. We will know these intersections, but I think the ask is, can we share them publicly?
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll still reserve judgment in terms of whether I will support this or not. I will just want to be absolutely clear, though, that when one looks at the issue of right turns, this is something that is permitted across North America, except on the island of Montreal and in New York City, save and except for Staten Island. And so I would be very concerned if this is potentially an attempt to see us move in that direction. That is not something I could support.
Point of privilege. This is not. I have made it explicitly clear. This is not about blanketing it. And this is how the messaging gets out in the public, and it's incorrect.
Councillor James. No, you have to wait. Okay, you have to wait. Councillor Vonovich has the floor. If you want to come back and talk, you can do that, but not when he's speaking. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chair Craig. And so I just want to be very clear that that is an area that is a concern. And I take Councillor James for her word that that's not the intent. And I just want to be very clear up front and transparent that I would not support that as a general policy in the future if that was something that was going to come forward. Thank you.
All right, I have one more speaker, Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As being a pedestrian, one of these stats that are here are being hit in an intersection when I had the green light. I'm kind of concerned that we talk about, because mine was a left-hand turn, not a right-hand turn. So if we're going to be using stats and we're going to be asking for this information, I'd like to see the breakdown of what's right-hand turns and what's left-hand turns. Because if it's not prolific for if it's not like 99% of the turns are right-hand turns where pedestrians are hit, and it's balanced, we can't block off all pedestrian crosswalks at an intersection. So I'd like to see a better breakdown of that.
May I clarify? Councillor Liggett, I'm going to interpret this as you would like to see data from pedestrian vehicle interactions when the vehicle is turning right on a red or when it is turning right or left on a green or amber. Is that okay?
That's correct. Because it doesn't say here that the car had green lights. It just talks about pedestrians having the right of way and being struck by vehicles. But it doesn't say right or left at any point in time, because the green light, you can get hit either way. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, I have no more speakers. Going once, going twice.
Councillor or Chair Craig, I just want to make it explicitly clear.
Go ahead.
I just want to make it explicitly clear, this is not about blanketing and making no rights on a red throughout. I think that would be absolutely ridiculous. I think what this is asking for is just to take some of the data we have, and staff, they're doing this work, but ensuring that if there are major intersections and where we see the trends increasing, to consider that and bring something back for us to review. I don't want this, and as Councillor Salonen said, the ways in which, people can pick up certain things and manipulate that and run with it. I don't want this to be construed into something that it is not. And at the end of the day, we are here to prepare for not just today and tomorrow, but for the future. And that means years down the road, which means intensification in areas not just in the core, but outside the core. So being proactive with this is the intention, but it is not to ensure that this is some sort of blanket or to push towards and all throughout the region. I don't think that would be fair. And one of the key points within this motion that I did intentionally put down was to work with area municipalities on this so that there is consensus, as also, has been explained earlier today about working with the area municipalities in a more collaborative way. So I will stop there. I would ask for people's support on this motion, and thank you.
I have no more speakers. Using e-scribe, call the question now. I'm in favor. Okay, it carries. Okay, it carries, folks. Okay, adjourn.
Next meeting and then
adjourn. Yeah, next meeting, September the 9th. And now we're going to move to adjournment. I need a motion to adjourn.
She had another item in other business.
You had another item? You didn't tell me, okay? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Craig. I wanted to talk about garbage waste management, especially in the rural areas for the farmers. So I visited several farms this day. You have to remember, I wish farming was just younger and the younger ones would step up, but a lot of the farmers are in their 70s and 80s. Their laneways are a half a kilometer to a kilometer long. They're usually gravel, and at the roadside, they've got these huge dip culverts that we've installed for drainage, and there's no place to put these big bins. So they're concerned. They don't fit. It's like some of the 70, 80-year-olds used to put their garbage in their trucks, like they'd put the containers in and drive them to the end. But these things are too big and they won't drive down to the end. So I don't know how we deal with this for the farming community. There's been, as Commissioner Rose will say, there's been quite an onslaught of complaints. And as her staff, when I went into our complex the other day, they also were inundated by concerns from the farming community. It's a great program in a lot of ways for municipalities and cities and that, if you have a place to put these bins. But it is a concern. When the data says it can hold up to 200 pounds. Imagine dragging 200 pounds down a kilometer laneway in the winter. And look at this past winter and how deep that snow was. And also, a lot of these farms are on major roads that have gravel trucks. And since we're not going to ban them, Commissioner Spooner, we have to, so they're whizzing by at the same time. So it's a really concern for our farming community. I wish we had a lot more younger farmers, but a lot of them are, I would say, 50 to 80 years of age. So I think we need to look at it.
Good, thank you. All right. Next item, obviously, is to adjourn the meeting. I need someone to move the motion. Councillor Fox, seconded by Councillor James. Using e-scribe, please, folks. We're adjourned, folks.